Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the San Francisco Ethics Commission. We'll begin by taking the roll. Commissioner Studley.
Here.
Commissioner Liu.
Here.
Commissioner Rennie.
Present.
Commissioner Hayon is ill today and is not able to attend. As a result, we are going to defer item number 5. We think it's better to have the full commission here for the election of the chair and vice chair. The first item on the agenda is public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda that are within the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission. The next item on the agenda is I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I'm wondering if you might clarify your somewhat subdivided agenda with respect to the public's opportunity for comment. You have under item 3 and 4 a number of items, sub-items, so I wanted to ask what your ground rules would be for public comment. Is there 3 minutes for each item, for example, 3A, 3B, or is it some other rule that you have in mind?
I will open that up for views from my fellow commissioners. My thought was that we would take public comment after each sub-item.
That was my understanding.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. The next item on the agenda is discussion and possible action on matters submitted under Chapter 3 of the Ethics Commission regulations for violations of the Sunshine Ordinance. 3A is regarding ethics complaint number 03-120402. The complainant is Ray Hartz. The respondent is Luis Herrera. Under Chapter 3, we provide the complainant with 10 minutes to present their position. We provide the respondent with 10 minutes as well. And then we provide the complainant with a 5-minute rebuttal. I see the complainant, Mr. Hartz. Is the respondent here?
They're here.
Okay. Mr. Hartz, 10 minutes.
President Herrera, members of the Ethics Commission, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I'm going to be using some slides, so we may go back and forth here. Throughout this, I would like you to consider something that Thomas Aquinas teaches, and that is willful ignorance of what one ought to know is a mortal sin. Section 6716 of the Sunshine Ordinance reads in its last sentence, any person speaking during a public comment period may supply a brief written summary of their comments, which shall, if no more than 150 words, be included in the minutes. I think that's a pretty clear reading of the language, and I think most people so far have agreed with my interpretation, but we'll get into that later. Now, the city attorney has added some things in the Good Government Guide and in his memo, and he says, the summary is not part of the body's official minutes, nor does the body vouch for its accuracy, and the minutes may expressly say so. The summary may be included as an attachment to the minutes. The policy body may reject the summary if it exceeds the prescribed word limit or is not an accurate summary of the public's comment, the speaker's public comment. The memo from your staff sort of view this as one particular incident alone, and if you look at it that way, you might come to one conclusion, but I'm asking you to look at it in a context. After a year of asking public comment be changed to accurately reflect public comments by speakers and having that denied by the Library Commission, I took it to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and on January 25th, 2011, I received an order of determination 10054 versus the Library Commission, where they clearly stated that in the minutes means in the body of the minutes. That's what the law says. A clear English reading of it says that, and that's what they ruled. In the case that we're actually talking about, which is the second case on here, which I then took after the Library Commission discussed it and simply said, can we do this? And Mr. Herrera told them, yes, you can. City Attorney says it's okay. They decided to discontinue and disregard the order of the task force. I then brought the case against specifically Mr. Herrera, and under findings of fact and conclusions of law, the task force stated specifically, the task force further noted that the statement should be within the body of the minutes to prevent public officials from unlawfully abridging unwanted or critical public comment. At that point, literally dozens of points, I went before the Library Commission, at which Mr. Herrera attended, and I said, I would like you to look at the law, read the law, determine what it means to you, and look at the two decisions that so far have been issued by the task force, saying very clearly that in the minutes means in the body of the minutes, and stated why they did it. But the only thing that the Library Commission seemed to want to ask, and the city librarian wanted to ask, is always, can we ignore the finding? In other words, just because the city attorney says we may do something, can we continue to ignore what the task force has said on 2 occasions in official rulings and directed us to do? So you might make an argument at some point, they were just saying, well, Mr. Hartz is asking one thing, and the city attorney is saying we may do something else, and that's one choice. But from the first order, and certainly by the second order, there was a clear decision. Shall we simply do what we're doing because the city attorney has said we may do it, as opposed to what we have now 2 declarations from the body who is by law determined to be the ones who decide what this ordinance means. And their choice was, Mr. Herrera's choice was, to advise the Library Commission again, yes, let's just keep doing it. Questions they never asked is, should we ignore the finding? In other words, we've got 2 findings now. One is against the Library Commission, one against the city librarian. Both of them clearly state that in the minutes means in the body of the minutes. And they then continued and failed to ask, why do we want to ignore the finding? And I think that's the key question here. Why did they want to ignore these findings? And my position, having experienced this for the last 2 years, is that they didn't like what we said, and they wanted to keep it out of the official record. And when they couldn't do that, they wanted to marginalize it by putting it as an addenda, like a footnote, and preceding it with a statement that says, we're not going to vouch for the accuracy of any of this, which I think was also prejudicial. So we go back to the timeline, and when they continued to do this, I took the city attorney to the task force. And the city attorney's office tried to defend their good government guide and memo, and the task force very clearly on December 14, 2011, more than a year ago, said, we have made this very clear. We have interpreted the ordinance, which is our job, to read that in the minutes means in the body of the minutes. Addendas do not apply. And in fact, they issued a letter to all city departments and agencies stating that and saying, if another case is brought to us where the 150-word summaries are not included in the minutes, we will rule against you. And here we have another decision point where the city librarian simply said, I don't care who tells me what. I want to keep those 150-word summaries someplace other than what the law says they should be, and that's what I'm going to do. Now, I've got one more case there, Order of Determination 11083, Ray Hartz versus the Public Library. In that, the Public Library found Luis Herrera in violation of the ordinance for withholding public records. And this has now been referred to the Board of Supervisors. So what I'm saying here is this is a consistent pattern of behavior. This isn't just one time in this one instance where he said, oh, well, you know, It is a continuous pattern for 2 years or more where he said, I'm not going to follow it. I don't care that it's a choice between a legal document that I have received on 3 occasions telling me what the proper thing to do is. I'm going to ignore that and go with what it says we may do. I would challenge you to ask those second questions. Why did the Library Commission and Mr. Herrera choose to ignore these findings? Why did they want to choose to ignore the findings? Very frankly, I think any person has a good faith basis to reconsider previous decisions if they get something that has changed the equation. If I get an order saying Library Commission is in violation, I need to look at that and decide whether or not I want to just stick my feet in the ground and drag them. When I get one against myself finding me in willful violation, do I want to just stick my feet in the ground and drag them? When I get a third one saying that the city attorney's advice is not accurate, do I want to stick my feet in the ground and simply drag them? And I would submit that if you ask those questions, which they have refused to ask, you get to the point where you realize they don't like what we're saying. And the only person, and this is something that I find extremely egregious in this whole matter. Mr. Herrera, as a city managerial employee covered under this ordinance, chose to put his employees, Sue Blackman, who is a direct report, although she works for the Library Commission, and others, in a position where they had to ignore these situations and directed them to continue to do something other than what he was clearly directed to do 3 times by the task force. How much more willful could someone be? I guess you could force me to take him to Superior Court or maybe even federal court, since this is clearly a constitutional issue protecting political free speech, and say, oh, well, if he gets an order from a court, then I guess he's going to have to do it. Mr. Herrera has dealt with me on all these matters in totally bad faith.
The respondent.
Good evening, Commissioners. Luis Herrera, City Librarian. You also have a memo from our Commission Secretary, a packet that was presented to you today. So I'm going to keep my statement relatively brief, but suffice to say that the Library Commission has followed Section 67.16 of the Sunshine Ordinance, which requires that any written summary provided by a speaker of no more than 150 words be included in the minutes. The Commission also has followed the Good Government Guide. City Attorney has advised policy bodies that because the written statement is not part of the official minutes adopted by the body, that the statement may be included as an attachment or addendum to the minutes. And there's a City Attorney opinion that's dated June 1st, 2011, as part of the packet that we provided for you. The Library Commission has included the 150-word summary submitted by Mr. Hartz as an addendum and identified which agenda item each summary was commenting on. The addenda to the minutes are not separate attachments but follow the agenda items in the same document. Despite this, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has found willful failure to include the 150 summary in the body of the minutes. The Library does not agree with the findings of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and continues to assert that the preparation of the Library Commission minutes follow the law. However, following the lead of the Ethics Commission in the modification of its own minutes concerning written summaries, the Library Commission has adopted similar modifications to its minutes. In other words, we're incorporating it into the body of the minutes. And there's a draft. Library Commission minutes are attached so you can see how we're going to follow that modification. Therefore, the library asks that the Ethics Commission follow the recommendations of its staff and that they find that the city librarian, myself, Luis Herrera, did not violate the Sunshine Ordinance as its two allegations. And with us tonight, we also have the Library Commission Secretary, Sue Blackman, in case you have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hartz, rebuttal.
Commissioners, this is the same argument that he has been presenting for the last 3 years. City attorney says we can do it. And the bottom line is, why do they want to? Why were they so determined for all this time, forcing me to go to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on 3 separate occasions, delaying, sending Ms. Blackman to answer when Mr. Herrera was the one calling the shots, and Mr. Herrera didn't have the integrity to show up and say to the task force, here's why I'm doing this. I think that speaks volumes. I think it speaks to the fact that if I am doing something which I probably know is questionable, I certainly don't want to go before a body who might ask me, why are you doing this? I have repeatedly, and so have other members of the public, asked Mr. Herrera and the Library Commission, why are you so determined to stick to this action? And they refuse to even discuss it. The only thing they discuss is they ask Mr. Herrera, can we do this? And Mr. Herrera says, the city attorney says, you can. But the city attorney didn't say you can, he said you may. It was a choice. They made a conscious choice to exclude these statements, to put them somewhere else. They put them somewhere else because as a addenda, it is less likely that someone will read them. It is less likely that someone, because they are taken out of context, will fully understand them, and the relationship of the comments to the other comments that were made by members of the Library Commission, the city librarian, or other members of the public. And Mr. Herrera wants to make it seem like, well, we did all this stuff. It was a pulling teeth exercise. First, they wouldn't put them in at all. And then they put them in as an addenda. And then they put them in the body. And what they're asking you to do, and this is what Mr. Herrera is saying, is, okay, after 2 years of this going back and forth, we finally are agreeing to do it right. And we want you to just ignore the fact that for 2 years we did it wrong. And as far as I can tell, the document that you have been presented, the minutes, this is the very first time they have included 150-word summaries from other members of the public, which for a while they included some of mine, but didn't include others. So it was like, oh, Mr. Hartz gets special treatment. His go in the body of the minutes, but these other people can be addended. They keep changing their position, changing what they want to do, changing what they have to, what their requirements are, and at no time have they made any discussion at the Library Commission stating that the example you have is their policy going forward. So basically, as far as the reality goes, they could simply go back tomorrow and change these right back to where they were. And very frankly, having dealt with Mr. Herrera for the last 2 years, and actually having public records withheld from me, had him drag that out for 18 months, finally having it go back to the task force and have them rule that, yes, you didn't follow our determination, you have still withheld this, and we're going to refer it to the Board of Supervisors for action, speaks pretty clearly as to his approach to this. He didn't like what we had to say. The Library Commission didn't like what we had to say. And if they couldn't shut us up, which I will remind you, This is the same Library Commission where you voted unanimously to recommend to the mayor that the president be removed for silencing public comment. Well, that kind of taught them the lesson they're not allowed to silence public comment, but if they can marginalize it or minimize it or depreciate it or do something else, they're determined to do that. And the simple fact that they have now, after all this time, decided to provide you with an example which really, again, has never been discussed at the Library Commission. And Mr. Herrera has constantly raised one thing. He's constantly raised the idea that I don't get to determine these things, the Library Commission does. And yet now we have these minutes, which are the Library Commission minutes. He has changed them without any discussion with the Library Commission. He talks out of both sides of his mouth.
My thought was to take public comment and then for the commissioners to ask whatever questions they might have of Mr. Hartz or Mr. Herrera. Is that an acceptable procedure for the commission? Public comment.
Good afternoon, Chair Herr. I'm Patrick Manette-Shaw. I'm here on my own time as a private citizen exercising my First Amendment rights to free speech. It's troubling that Mr. Herrera gets up here and talks about 150-word summaries. I believe the language in the Sunshine Ordinance is that if you submit 150-word written public testimony, it's to be incorporated without being summarized by anybody. But submitted in 150 words, they have to publish it exactly the way it's submitted. You're here to enforce provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance. You are not here to allow Dennis Herrera's Good Government Guide to supersede, trump the Sunshine Ordinance. There are many things in Mr. Herrera's Good Government Guide that are not worthy of being used as toilet paper. You will see, as a parallel to the problem Mr. Hartz is encountering with the Good Government Guide, a similar issue in your next agenda item on Mr. Wooding's case, in which the Good Government Guide also contains material on page 89 that's not worthy of a public restroom. Page 89 of the Good Government Guide, Dennis Herrera says that departmental destruction policies for material that remains on backup tapes are analogous to paper records that the department may have lawfully discarded but may be found in a city-owned dumpster. Neither the Public Records Act, that would be separate, nor the Sunshine Ordinance requires the city to search the trash for such records. That's pure nonsense. Those backup tapes are there for daily use. Speaking as an experienced secretary, I know that almost every secretary in this city understands from the get-go that if they lose a document, it can be pulled from backup tape. If they inadvertently delete a document, whether it's an email or a draft version of a memo or version 6.x of a document going through a revision cycle, if a secretary inadvertently, as a human, makes an error and deletes something, departmental IT staff are there to recover it immediately. I've done so over the 14 years of my career. None of it's been intentional, and it's always been restored from backup tape. Mr. Herrera's Good Government Guide needs to be rewritten, and you need to tell them to rewrite it.
Hi, I'm Robert Clark. I'm a citizen. I've been going to committee meetings for 40 years with the Arts Commission and to the Board of Supervisors also. And I found that this concept of a minimum of 3 minutes is being used as a maximum of 3 minutes. I've gone to meetings where myself and my brother were the only people at the meetings, and yet after 3 minutes, we've been told our time is up and please sit down and basically shut up. So I've gone to art commission meetings and presented my 150-word statement because I wanted to make sure the points that I wanted to have brought out were put into the minutes of the meeting. The city attorney is incorrect when he says that just because you hand in that piece of paper, that isn't actually what should be put in the minutes. When I hand that piece of paper in, I'm handing that piece of paper as a summary of what I am saying. And as far as I'm concerned, because I am given such a short time to really say anything, I can write down on that piece of paper before the meeting exactly what I want the commissions and the boards to hear. So I would ask that you uphold Mr. Hart's position, because as a citizen, we at times have to be able to have our words put into the body of the minutes, because that is where we intend to say it, and because we are being denied the amount of time to say it by writing it down before the meeting and passing it in at that time, that qualifies as being said at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Stop the hate, stop the ignorance. Don't give money to the Friends of the Library. Don't accept money from the Friends of the Library. The provision for allowing people to summarize their own comments came from the revisions to the Sunshine Ordinance passed by the voters in 1999. Before it passed, I was one of the most blatant victims. The minutes of the Library Commission used to say, "Member of the public made incomprehensible comments." I started to submit citizen summaries right after the law went into effect. In the beginning, they created something called Appendix A, even though there was no notice in the minutes themselves that there was an appendix. The typeface in the appendix was smaller than anything else in the minutes. Of course, they refused to include the appendix in the online version, even though the minutes were submitted by email. After several years, I pointed out to the Secretary that the Superior Court had every case document online, and after that, they put the appendix in a PDF, and if you click the tiny link on the bottom, there was no link back. Finally, they stopped distributing the appendix with the draft minutes that are distributed to over 250 people. It was not even distributed to the commissioners and the public at the Library Commission meeting where they were approved. The only place that the appendix was attached to the minutes was the 2 copies that went to the archive. At that point, I stopped submitting them for a while, and that was when I started beginning my public comments with stop the hate, stop the ignorance, don't give money to the Friends of the Library, don't accept money from the Friends of the Library. They can't claim that they have any claim to good faith or being reasonable, because they have never done anything unless they were forced to, no matter how unreasonable it was. Getting rid of the public has always been acceptable, whether their methods were legal or illegal. What is the essential underlying problem? The underlying problem is that when rich and influential people offer them money to keep out the undesirables, quote unquote, they accept that money. They are proud of themselves because they can count the money, but they can't count the harm to our expectations of justice and the damage to the social fabric. The problem is that the definition of undesirable is completely self-serving. Finally, an undesirable is just someone who is not in on the graft that they themselves enjoy. As a matter of fact, when the undesirables complain about their abuse, graft, and corruption, it triggers a $5 donation to what they call, quote, the public comment fund, so that the public comment can be demeaned as, quote, just raising more money for the Friends. Commission President Jewel Gomez contributes to it. They do have a cover story. The cover story is that they are just taunting the crazy guy. Some cover story.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dr. Derek Kerr. Excluding public comment from the body of the minutes is really an act of disrespect. It's a statement that says that the members of the public are inferior to the people on a particular commission or board or other body. And it's a widespread problem. And it would be so easily fixed. Many of the citizens who speak are extremely knowledgeable about the issues that they bring to your attention. So it would be easy to just put the comments in the minutes and please everyone. I also want to speak in support of Mr. Hartz's point that if you do not find that some fault occurred, there is no reason for the library to not switch back to what they were doing before. Because if they can get away by switching and putting something in the body for a while, they can just as easily, they may decide not to do it. So really there should be some promise or some commitment from the agency to make the change a policy change, a permanent change. Thank you very much.
Who would have thought that about 10 years after the Sunshine Ordinance was adopted, we would be arguing over a legal term called attachment? The plain reading of the section, the normal reading that almost any ordinary person would get, would mean inclusion within the body of the minutes. And that's what the public probably understood in 1999 when it adopted the Sunshine Ordinance. The concept of attachment is really a legal concept, and it's usually said as attached hereto and incorporated herein. But we don't get that here. So I think it's kind of nonsensical to start reading legal, quasi-legal concepts into the ordinance. The Good Government Guide is an unsupported comment from the city attorney. There's no opinion, there's no justification for it, and it is not worth, in a sense, what it's written on. If it were supported with some legal basis of case law, different results. It's the task force job to determine these issues, not the city attorneys. That's what it's there for. Its determinations are enforceable. The fact that Mr. Herrera has repeatedly poked his finger in the eye of the public about these written summaries is an indication of the willfulness of his conduct. The final point I think I should make is Prop 59 requires ordinances, laws, findings, and so forth that support public access to be broadly construed. Requiring a change through the Good Government Guide does not accomplish that purpose. It actually restricts the specific terms of an ordinance. The dictionary definition of in reads as follows. The first one, expressing the situation of something that is or appears to be enclosed or surrounded by something else. I don't see the word attachment anywhere in that.
Hi, my name is Paula Dadish, and I want to endorse what Ray Hertz said. I think it's very important for the written summary to be included in the body of the minutes. I can speak to myself of an event that took place at a street artist meeting on November 14th, 2012, when I was escorted out of a building when I was speaking under public comment. It was less than 3 minutes, 153 words, and what appeared in the minutes of that meeting was a statement, underlined statement 4 times. No idea what that was about, but my words were not heard that day. Thank you.
I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. The library's abuses of the public through violations of the law is a long-standing one, and you actually had a referral from the Sunshine Task Force about a complaint I made some years ago. It was the first one that was included by within Mr. Grossman's legal case, which was settled presumably out of court. The library's history of attempts to exclude or to blur, essentially silence public comment, particularly the comments with which it doesn't agree, is a long-standing one. The best example that I can think of from quite a ways back, aside from the ones where it said Peter Warfield discussed his opinions about such and such, was on a very heated item in the past, which had to do with an RFID issue, in which the participants that they had invited to the forum got not a single word of summary within their own minutes, including the ACLU and Electronic Frontier Foundation, which was opposed to the implementation of RFID. And the public was given 5 words or less in some cases of sentence fragments to summarize what they said. In my case, Peter Warfield, process used to consider RFID. That was the entire entry for what I had spent 3 minutes discussing March 4th, 2004. I think Mr. Herrera's history starts right from the very beginning of his tenure as city librarian, when he set up a so-called Technology and Privacy Advisory Committee to look into the question of RFID, the advisability of RFID installation, but which some people thought was intended to justify it. There was initially no inclusion at all of public comment in the committee's meetings. It wasn't strictly required by Sunshine. Eventually, the public got to comment last. If you look on the website, there are no minutes of those meetings, although agendas are published. And when the report was finally published, it was arranged that the final report had no mention whatsoever anywhere, including in the table of contents, that there was a whole section that they had intended to include with public comment, and that there's no mention there at all. There is a separate document, which of course is very easy not to find if you're looking for the library's report. This is a long-standing issue, and we hope you find in Ray Hartz's favor. Thank you.
Questions by the commissioners for either the complainant, Mr. Hartz, or the respondent, Mr. Herrera?
I have a
Commissioner
question for Mr. Herrera.
Mr. Herrera, would you mind returning to the podium? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. So the draft format that you distributed today, is that the policy and practice that has been adopted by the Library Commission going forward?
It has yet to be adopted, but that's what we're intending to do from this point forward.
Okay, and it will be applied to all speakers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
While you're there, Mr. Herrera, a question. Why were you so resistant to putting the 150 words in the body of the minutes as opposed to putting them on as an attachment?
We had worked with the city attorney's office and followed the good government guide, and so based on that opinion, we had basically continued to assert that we were in compliance by attaching them and including them as an attachment.
but you were aware that after the city attorney had issued that opinion, the Sunshine Task Force said that that opinion was wrong and wanted them to go into the body of the minutes. Why did you continue to resist that?
Again, we basically went on the opinion and followed the city attorney's advice. All the other commissions were doing the same thing, and it wasn't until your commission changed its practice that we followed suit to do that.
Now, if a member of the public went to the Library Commission's website, it would get the minutes and it would also pull up the attachments?
They're included as part of the minutes.
Right.
That is correct.
So that from the point of view of the public, the information which you are now proposing to include in the body of the minutes to the public, it was a matter of just simply reading what was attached to the official minutes.
That is correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I also have a couple questions, unless Commissioner Studley had some. So if a member of the public were to go onto the website and download the minutes, would the minutes, would the 150-word summaries be in the same document as the rest of the minutes, or would it be a separate document that would be quote-unquote attached to the minutes?
Let me defer to the commission secretary, but I'm just speculating they are part of the minutes, but you can verify.
Sue Blackman, Library Commission Secretary. Yes, they were all part of one document. So you scroll through the minutes, and we actually put in the minutes where the speaker made his comments, please see addendum for the 150-word statement.
So in the Library Commission's minutes, where the speaker made a comment, there would be a shorter summary of that speaker's comments, and then a reference to later in the minutes where the full 150-word summary was provided.
Correct.
Do I have that right? Okay, thank you. Any further questions for Ms. Blackman?
Yes, I have a question of Mr. Hartz.
Yes, Commissioner.
Have you reviewed the draft that Mr. Herrera says is going to be the form that the commission is going to adopt going forward insofar as including public comments?
I have read it. I've reviewed it, yes.
And assuming that they adopt it and implement it, does that cure your concern?
No.
Why?
Because the simple fact is for 2 years, they did elsewise. Now, I'd like to point something out on those particular minutes you're seeing. Up until these minutes, another member of the public, Mr. James Chafee, who spoke earlier, submitted 150-word summaries also, and his remained as an addenda through December of last year. So basically, they're treating, and their statements that they put it in the addenda and then noted in the thing, that has changed. That has been so many variations. If you go back through, look through the notes, sometimes it was simply a blue numeral 1. And as Mr. Chafee mentioned, you had to click on that, and once you clicked on that, you could see my comment, but you couldn't get back to the rest of the minutes.
But my question is, if they adopt this going forward, in spite of all your complaints about the past, I just want to know whether this cures the problem that you believe existed.
No. And the reason is that if you look at the two cases I'm talking about, Mr. Chafee's comments are listed as a summary of his comments provided. Mine is listed as a statement read by, which is not accurate. I did read the statement, but that isn't all I said. And up until this set of minutes, they would add additional comments. They would put additional comments before my 150-word summary, or after this 150-word summary, or sometimes both. So basically, they have been all over the place, and for them to come up here and answer a question by one of your members and say, oh, no, this is the way we always did it, they have been all over the board, and this is a matter of public record. All of these are approved documents, and if you go back and look at them, they have handled this in every possible way that is different. Now, you're saying, is this, you're, I think, trying to make it sound like I'm being unreasonable.
No. I'm just trying to find
What I'm saying is they haven't established a clear policy on how they're going to handle these, because even in the minutes you've got, they're handling them 2 different ways.
How are they handling them 2 different ways? Show me.
On the library's program. All right, it's in.
Item number, page number 3, the second paragraph. Ray Hartz, director of San Francisco Open Government, said, "Happy New Year." He read the following statement. If you go back to page number 1, you see Mr. Chafee's submission, and it is preceded with the following written summary is provided by the speaker, anonymous citizen. The content is neither generated by nor subject to approval of the verification of accuracy.
And I gather that is a copy starting with the word stop over to the word check, the top of the second page. That is a verbatim of what the written statement was, correct?
Which page you talking about, 1 or 3?
Page 1.
Uh-huh.
This anonymous, it says a written statement was provided by the speaker.
Right.
And then it goes on with what appears to be the written statement, starting with the word stop, right?
Yes.
Ending with the word check on page 2.
Yes.
That is the entire 150-word or less statement.
Right.
All right? That's all you're asking them to do, isn't it, is to include the statement itself, the written statement that was handed to the commission during the time of your public comment, that be included.
And what I'm saying is that is not the limit. The limit is that all members of the public who submit a statement should have it included in the body, and it should be treated in the same way. Not arbitrarily, we're going to put one person's comment in and put a preceding comment. We're going to put another person's comment in and add some things to it. We're going to put another person's comment in. It's supposed to be a policy. And there's nothing here that says they're going to even take this policy, let alone make it one that is fair.
I guess I just don't understand. What I thought your complaint is that a member of the public hands in a written statement, whether not more than 150 words, and you want that 150-word statement verbatim to be included in the body of the minutes.
Correct.
All right. Isn't that, if they do that, haven't they complied with the requirement that the written statement be included in the body of the minutes?
But they haven't done that.
But if they do it in the
Mr. Hartz, it's a hypothetical question. So I know your complaint is that they didn't do it for everybody, but what I think Mr. Rennie is saying is that if they included everyone's 150-word summary in the quote-unquote body of the minutes, would that, in your mind, remedy the issue?
Going forward, yes, but it does not answer the fact that they spent the last 2 years evading it, and evading it. And I don't think that the law is intended to be something where they go along for 2 years and only when Mr. Herrera has the chance of being found in willful violation does he actually even show up at the hearings. He sends Ms. Blackman to the hearings to represent him, and I think, very honestly, that is the lowest form of the biggest exhibit of lack of integrity, sending a subordinate to answer for your behavior.
Commissioner Studley.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I am prepared to speak to the issue when you're ready.
Okay. Mr. Hartz, I have a question for you. Assume that a speaker says something during public comment, submits a summary that is radically different from the statement that they gave, but submitted as a part of a summary. Would it, in your mind, be satisfactory to simply print the 150-word summary in the quote-unquote body of the minutes?
Well, I've had this discussion with several members, including a couple of lawyers, and they basically said, well, what is a summary? A summary is not the same words that were spoken. The summary is your interpretation of the words you spoke. And radically different is a very subjective term. It is not an objective term. So, yes, if it was radically different, they could raise that argument. Not once in 3 years have they attempted to either say my statements or anyone else's were more than 150 words, or that they varied from what we actually said. So, yes, it may be a hypothetical question, but it is a hypothetical question that has never come up, and I'm not sure why it's coming up now.
Well, it's coming up in my mind because in some ways the summary at the time the statement is made within the chronology of the minutes, provided by a reference to the actual 150-word statement provided, actually can arguably provide the speaker with more opportunity, more explanation for what was said, because the minutes in the quote-unquote body would reflect the recorder's interpretation of the summary, and then the addendum, or the so-called addendum, would provide the actual 150-word statement. So it's not even clear to me that in all cases a 150-word statement included in the chronological place at which the statement was made provides the greatest form or the most speech for the speaker. In any event.
But my question is, why do they get to approve my summary and they don't get to approve anything else in the minutes? If a member of the public gets up and says the moon is made of green cheese, why can't they then proceed that with a statement saying we're not verifying the accuracy of this statement? It's obviously inaccurate because the minutes are a record of what actually happened, not.
Yeah, I don't think they're saying that. I think the point is that the 150-word summary is submitted as a summary, and the point is that they're not verifying whether or not that was an accurate summary of what was actually said at the meeting.
But the real question is, why are they doing it? And Mr. Lee Munson, Vice President of the Library Commission, when he appeared at the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, listed a number of reasons. We don't like what they say. We don't like what they say. We don't like how long they speak, how often they speak. And he basically said, we don't like what they mean, which is the very reason the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance say they can't abridge these.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Hartz, unless anybody else does. Thank you, Mr. Hartz. Commissioners' views on this agenda item? Commissioner Studley.
I'll start simply, and others can build on this. In the referral from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, I do not see a violation of 67.16. On the specific question of whether the 150-word summaries provided by speakers were properly or improperly included in the record of the meetings. The word in the minutes seems to me to be satisfied by the fact that the documents were paginated as a single document. They were paginated in the examples at issue here as page 1 through 9 or 1 through 16, including the addendum. That seems to me the clearest lay version of what is a document. It is a thing that is in a set of continuous pages. They are referred to in the text that were generated by the recording secretary of the meeting. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force cannot add or imply the words in the body of the minutes. That's one way to read it, but that's not in the underlying law and requirement. We have heard some comment tonight about whether everyone's summary was included, whether people were treated the same, whether their summaries were included in the same sort of way. And that might be an issue. I see in going back that it was listed as one of the uncontested/contested facts in the memorandum of August 17th. But I see no reference to that issue in the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force findings. So there's nothing before me that I can find that raises that issue, although it's been raised here tonight, and it would trouble me if different members of the public were treated differently or if their statements were treated differently. But that seems to have been mentioned but never addressed by the Sunshine Task Force, and therefore there's nothing I see before me that I can do anything about. When the Ethics Commission itself changed our practice to put the 150-word statements in the body of the document, we did not do it because we thought we were in any kind of violation up till then. We did it because we thought it was responsive, because we thought it would reduce frustration, and that members of the public would find it evidence of good faith, but not because we thought that it was required. So I think it's a good thing to see that the Library Commission is now prepared to raise for its future practice doing the same thing, but I don't see it as required, nor do I see it as abrogating the if there were a violation before now, that wouldn't solve it. I think Mr. Hartz is right about that. I don't think there was such a violation. On two other points that were raised, and then I will wrap up. The statement that the 150-word statements or summaries, as the ordinance provides, are not generated or validated by the City Commission whose minutes they are part of, does seem to me to be a useful notification to the public, to understand the difference between minutes that were generated by the official recording secretary or responsible employee and approved as either a report of the meeting or the business decisions that were made, as distinguished from statements prepared by the public. As long as that is done consistently with regard to every statement that comes before them, I don't think that that's an effort to be dismissive. I think it truly is saying these are something different from the minutes that we wrote. They are statements written by somebody else. All of that said, I think these comments were very revealing about the state of frustration that has led us to this point. And I thought on that, Mr. Nee's comments were particularly interesting in talking about the decade-long spiral, I'm tempted to say, that Richard Nee?
Warfield, I think.
I apologize. Mr. Chafee, I've confused your name with Mr. Nee for far too long. I won't say another good-looking speaker because that would just get me in trouble. Mr. Chafee's comments, I think, did present a picture, amplified by some of the rest of you, about the frustration that has brought us to this point. But our job is to look at the complaint before us and the finding by the Sunshine Task Force. And
this is under the second. Mm-hmm. This is our original jurisdiction.
So they are revealing to us. I understand there's not a presumption that they are correct in this, but the complaint that we have is about the placement of these materials. It is not about the 10-year history of frustration. And on that basis, I do not see a violation of 67.16.
Commissioner Liu or Commissioner Rennie?
I would join in Commissioner Studley's conclusion that I don't find a willful violation. I am troubled by the fact that the city attorney has issued its guidance saying that it was sufficient to attach them as an addendum, but I think that clearly if they were addendum, and as the testimony was, that a member of the public pulling up the minutes would also pull up the addendum. The whole purpose of the Sunshine Ordinance and the Brown Act is to make government activity as transparent as possible. Now, I agree with Mr. Hartz that the difficulty with having just a 1 or 2 line summary in the minutes, which may be an inaccurate summary, and the public may never go to that addendum and never really get the thrust of it, so that it strikes me that what the library is now proposing to do is what I would recommend that every public body ought to do, is put in verbatim the written brief summary. And interestingly enough, when you look at the statute says that minutes shall include a brief summary of public comment. And almost the next sentence says, the speaker may submit a brief summary not exceeding 150 words, which, as I read it, says, instead of the recording secretary summarizing what was being said, that put in the exact wording that the speaker took the time and effort to make a written statement that he or she wanted in the record. So that I think going forward, certainly from my point of view, if the library were to retreat from this policy of putting the exact verbatim 150 or whatever the number, not to exceed 150 words, but the speaker's written statement that's handed in, putting it in where the speaker appeared in the minutes, put it in, I think that if they go to some other policy, they clearly are willfully violating, at least as I read the Sunshine Ordinance. But I don't find that their conduct in the past, in view of the city attorney's opinion, constituted willful misconduct.
Commissioner Liu?
I concur with both Commissioner Studley and Commissioner Rennie on the conclusion. I also did appreciate Mr. Chafee's historical perspective on this issue because, you know, I've only been on the commission for 2 years, and I did appreciate knowing what the history of it was. But at the same time, I think it also highlights that the ordinance itself is a little bit ambiguous, and so I think there has been confusing interpretations of it. And on top of all of that, the city attorney's good government guide issued one interpretation, and obviously the task force found another interpretation. And so because of the ambiguity there, I would find no willful violation by the Library Commission because there was no just clear path throughout the years, as illustrated by all of the comments we've heard from the public tonight. But I do appreciate the Library Commission's efforts now going forward, and the Library Commission's commitment and its representation here tonight that going forward it would incorporate the speaker's summary in the body of the minutes to alleviate this frustration that we have been hearing from the public.
Anything else to add from the commissioners? I concur. I think it's been said. Is there a motion to find no violation of the Sunshine Ordinance, no willful violation of the Sunshine Ordinance with respect to agenda item 3A?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
May I have 2 minutes?
Opposed? Hearing none? The motion passes. You had many minutes.
It is the chair's discretion. I would like 2 minutes to answer the comments of the commission. It seems to be Commissioner Studley's opinion that the city attorney can read whatever he wants into this law, but the task force cannot. Why is it that way?
The next item on the agenda is 3B, Ethics Complaint Number 15-111205, regarding an action by George Wooding. And for this item, the respondent is Phil Ginsburg. Are both the complainant and respondent present? Complainant? Respondent? Okay. Mr. Wooding. You have up to 10 minutes.
May I shut this?
Yes.
Good evening, President Herrera and commissioners. Thank you for listening. My name is George Wooding. I'll start by saying this hearing would have been completely unnecessary had Recreation and Parks Secretary Olive Gong simply reviewed the RPD backup IT or contacted the Department of Technology and had them review RPD records when they were Sunshine requested. Within days of Sunshine Ordinance Task Force ordering her to do so, my recollection is she finally provided the emails which RPD had previously claimed had been deleted. I'd like to read what Ms. Gong sent 141 days after my request. Dear Mr. Wooding and SAW, attached are documents in response to Mr. Wooding's request for records. The records were not withheld. They were deleted by staff before Mr. Wooding's request was made. Staff received hundreds of emails a day and are not able to save all of them. Records were retrieved through the city's Department of Technology from backup tapes. Best regards, Olive Gong. Okay. Olive Gong was asked twice by the Sunshine Task Force for IT records, and she did not review the IT records. As Mr. Manette Shah mentioned in the Good Government Guide on page 89, Mr. Herrera likens IT files to something that should be found in a dumpster. Basically, my case, I'll make this more illustrative. This is a case about how the Recreation and Park Department, a public city-run agency directed by Phil Ginsburg, abused the First Amendment free speech rights of private citizens and then tried to hide the abuse by deliberately deleting all public records relating to the RPD's sabotage of a public forum at the Commonwealth Club by changing the title, the panelists, and the content of the meeting. The case overview. The RPD was unhappy that citizens with differing points of view than the RPD's official policy were going to speak at the Commonwealth Club. The topic was to discuss Golden Gate Park. It was called Golden Gate Park Under Siege. And this was a discussion on how RPD was commercializing private park assets like the Arboretum, and in particular, they were trying to build a artificial turf soccer field at the beach chalet. Ms. Ballard, I think working on behalf of Mr. Ginsburg, wrote a letter to Kerry Curtis and asked him to change the meeting. She says, basically, she goes on and asks, says that the allegations as stated in Mr. Buell's April 25th email to you today, I hope this clarifies your questions. I will send a copy. What she was really doing was questioning the validity of the panelists that the Commonwealth Club had invited, I being one. And I want to read to you who the panelists were real quickly. One was Jim Chappelle, former director of Spur. He was to be the moderator. I think you may know him. And another was Anthea Hartwig, a published author on historic preservation. She has a University of California PhD and is a director of the Western region of the National Trust of Historic Places, a prominent nonprofit with 370,000 members. Catherine Howard is an urban landscape architect, ASLA, and is the former chair of the Spurs Environmental Committee, the Golden Gate Park Preservation Association. Michael Lyons is the Conservation Director and General Counsel for the Environmental Matters for the Golden Gate Audubon Society. And then myself, I run several neighborhood groups, and I was there to basically give the neighborhood response. And this was the group who was going to be speaking on the 5th of May. It goes on to say they did an investigation on us because of the Recreation Parks letters, and said they are satisfied that the panel is well qualified and collectively they do not appear to present a general bias that I can detect. So, anyhow, they at that point on April 25th, we were acceptable as a group. What transpired in the next couple of days, Commonwealth Club started receiving calls talking about the panel being biased. And so anyhow, as this goes on, Ginsburg and Buell were able to start changing this meeting. They changed the title, they changed the panel by adding Mark Buell, and they changed the content. They were clearly unhappy with this meeting and decided to unofficially add Buell as a speaker. And so it became a much different meeting. And how they did it is they sent letters and they pretty much abused the panel members by saying things behind our back, saying that we were inadequate, we were abusive, we were biased, we couldn't hold a meeting. All this behind the. So what happens? It worked. The Commonwealth Club basically caved in, and what happened is I received a bunch of documents from the Commonwealth Club, and then I did a Sunshine request to Olive Gong and asked her for the same documents, and she said those documents don't exist. And I had them. So I requested to her for process if she would go through these and let me know what each department said and if they had any of these emails. And she went back and she said, no, we don't have any of these emails. So it came down to we were basically, although I had all the records, and I had letters, the Recreation Park was telling me that they had nothing. So I want to go to where basically what was going on here. The RPD wanted to protect its City Fields Foundation, a private enterprise that installs artificial turf on the city's playing fields, and did not want conflicting viewpoints to be made public, especially at the Commonwealth Club. The Fisher family, the sponsors of the City Fields Foundation, are working with the RPD to pave over the 7.5-acre beach chalet grass soccer fields by replacing the natural grass with synthetic grass. Fearful that the Commonwealth panel would upset the City Fields Foundation's soccer field plans, Ginsburg, Ballard, Buell, and lobbyist Susan Hirsch, who runs City Fields Foundation, tried to either cancel or alter us. This is what was said. After the calls, Sarah Ballard said the panelists were likely to incite the audience. Were not rationally able to discuss the issues. Panelists were deeply biased, had no interest in discussing facts. Answers would be heavily skewed. We are all surprised that the Commonwealth Club name would be attached to something that was so clearly hyperbolic. The forum should be canceled. Mark Buell, in an email to Commonwealth COO Greg Dalton, I find the title inflammatory, the participants biased, and the fact that no one from the RPD is invited hard to understand. As president of the commission, I would like to urge the club to both alter the title of the event to Issues Facing the Park and ask the club to have a representative of the RPD be on the panel. Mark Buell was then subsequently added. City Fields Foundation lobbyist Susan Hirsch wrote to event moderator Jim Chappell from her private email address on May 3rd. I want to follow up on the phone message I left you regarding the upcoming Commonwealth Club discussion about the Golden Gate Park. you and I discussed this project, and due to time, I'm going to cut right to the point. The point is, this was a public agency going after a group of citizens, and then later deleting all their emails like mad, although they had these emails on their IT. They wouldn't provide this, and I read Mr. St. Croix's. I don't claim to be a sunshine expert, but he clearly favors Phil Ginsburg in this. So I think this is a bigger issue than just going through 62.735. This is about what agencies are doing to people in the city and how they're treating people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ginsburg. Mr. Gooding.
I'm Phil Ginsburg, the General Manager of the Recreation and Park Department. I'm going to be brief and just ask the Commission to adopt the findings of staff and dismiss the complaint. We've submitted a letter that was prepared in conjunction with the City Attorney and signed by Olive Gong, our custodian of records, on February 15th that lays out our rationale and essentially there has been no violation of either 67.21, 67.25, 67.26, or 67.27, and the charges that lack merit. I would start by saying that our department has a tremendous amount of respect for the city's sunshine laws and is very committed to transparent government. Last year, in calendar year 2012, we responded to 175 different sunshine requests, and we devote almost a full FTE's worth of time to serve in the role as the custodian of records and then make sure that the work gets done to produce sunshine requests. In this particular case, there were no documents, and I know that the charges have been separated under the regulations. I'm under Title III, I guess, and Ms. Ballard and Commissioner Buell are under Title II. So I will focus on the emails. I think Mr. Wooding in his presentation cited 3 examples of 3 emails. One was sent by a private citizen, Susan Hirsch, to the Commonwealth Club, and then there were 2 communications that were cited, one by Ms. Ballard and one by Mr. Buell, to representatives of the Commonwealth Club asking that we be represented on the panel. And the substance and Mr. Wooding's perceptions of what our true motives were are certainly subject to debate and perception. But at the end of the day, there was a public discussion about Golden Gate Park, and we asked for some representation on the panel. The charges that are directly focused on me, I think that there was an email in which I was carbon copied on. I did delete the email. It was sent at home. I probably get well over 300 emails a day. And based on the department's record retention policy, that is not a record that, in my view, at least at the time, was either essential or required any sort of serious departmental action. This was an outside entity that, again, was hosting a panel, and the emails that Mr. Wooding cites were, again, in an effort to actually have a department representative and present what we felt to be a balanced view of a public policy issue. It was nothing that was required departmental action. It was not anything that was either an essential record or a legal record. And Mr. Wooding's sunshine request, I believe, came in on June 3rd. On June 6th, I responded to the custodian of records, Ms. Gong, that I didn't have any emails, and went forward from there.
Thank you, Mr. Ginsburg.
Thank you.
We'll provide, if you'll stay, we'll may have some questions after the public comment. Thank you. No, I know. Mr. Gooding, you have time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Having the ability to delete emails in a quick fashion does not make one moral or upstanding or a good manager of an agency. I still look at the bigger picture of what was happening and what they were trying to do, the lobbyists in particular. This whole thing was about saving a field and limiting citizens who could talk about that in a big public forum. It's very limited. 99% of the information that comes out on the Rec and Park will come from Rec and Park. You get very little citizens' input or forums. I think I'm going to just read what Hope Johnson said. According to Hope Johnson, president of SOF, the RPD emails that should have been retained in a professional and businesslike manner under a records retention policy, and Rec and Park needed to take responsibility for that action. She also stated, I believe that this case demonstrates the need for the mayor, ethics commission, and district attorney to enforce the Sunshine Ordinance in much deeper than simply adhering to an ordinance, Rec and Park's lack of compliance was also hiding city employee and commissioner attempts to sabotage public discussion of privatization of public lands. These public officials were signing their non-public emails with their public titles to sway the Commonwealth Club to bias a forum arranged by members of the public. And this is, Hope was the president of SOFT at the time she wrote this. So Mr. Ginsburg is, whatever he gets off the hook, he gets off the hook, but he was clearly complicit as he was getting emailed by Mark Buell, and he either helped plan it, he helped orchestrate it. He may very well get 300 emails a day. He may only get 5 from Mark Buell, and I bet he reads every one of them. So I think what they were doing is they were working as a unit. Ballard is a subordinate of Ginsburg. She was acting at his bequest. It's pretty clear that this was done as a group effort. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gooding. Wooding, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
The Ginsburg Wooding, I'm mixing them up, and I very much apologize for that. Public comment on this matter.
Adjournment Shaw here on my own time. Isn't it curious that Mr. Ginsburg is being disingenuous with you? First he says in his testimony there were no documents. Then he changes his mind and says there was no essential records. Then when he reports to you that he told Ms. Gong he didn't have any emails, what he should have said to her was, I've already deleted them, because that may have set off that little alarm bell in the secretary's head that she should have turned immediately to backup tapes to retrieve the documents that he had deleted but failed to tell Ms. Gong that he had deleted. Government Code 34090 says that unless otherwise provided by law, and only with approval of a legislative body by resolution, and the written consent of the city attorney, heads of city departments may not destroy city records after a document is no longer required. 34090 does not authorize destruction of records less than 2 years old. Further, 34090.7 provides that only duplicates of city records less than 2 years old may be destroyed if no longer required. This body, this Ethics Commission, has an ethical duty, Mr. Reddick, to notify Dennis Herrera that he must rewrite his good government guide that uses the analogous city-owned dumpster that city employees don't have to go climbing into to find deleted records. That's ridiculous under 340.90. Gong never said at the outset that the records had been deleted. She never told Mr. Wooding that the records had been deleted. In fact, that didn't come up until right at the end of the SOTF process, that he was finally told that they were, in fact, deleted. Had he been told that earlier, he could have asked earlier that backup tapes be searched. Mr. St. Croix's recommendation to dismiss notes there's no requirement to refer records requesters to private entities, but that is complete hooey. In fact, what Ms. Gong should have done was referred Mr. Wooding to the Department of Technology and Information Services, which is a city agency which must have bypassed Mr. St. Croix's awareness. Ms. Gong should have referred George to DTIS. The second thing that she did not do.
Mr. Shaw, thank you. Your 3 minutes is up.
As a private-public partnership, she had an obligation to refer Mr. Wooding to private entities that are conducting city business.
We have a lot of speakers today. I'm going to hold people to the 3 minutes.
Should apply to public-private partnerships as well.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Greg Miller. I'm a resident of San Francisco for about 38 years. I'm not an expert on sunshine law, so please bear with me if some of my comments seem a little bit general. I did want to point out one thing. Mr. Ginsburg said that the letters really just asked to include the city in this meeting, but one of the first letters from Sala Ballard addressed to the Commonwealth Club on April 20th, which she signs as Sala Ballard, Director of Policy and Public Affairs for the San Francisco RPD, basically says that this is a deeply biased panel with no interest in discussing facts. I am hopeful that you will cancel the panel and that you'll put on a more balanced approach. So, I mean, here we have basically, using the official title, a city employee, highly paid, very high up in the department, basically requesting a private club that ordinarily puts on a lot of controversial presentations to scotch this one. And that's the pattern here. The underlying pattern is a number of city officials, paid employees as well as city commissioners, basically went out of their way to use their official titles and approach a private entity and discourage a public meeting on public affairs. And they did it by basically saying these people are unqualified, these people are biased, these people will incite the public. This is totally inappropriate. Please do not have this meeting. That to me, as just an individual, as a citizen, is deeply, deeply disturbing. Our country is based on the principle of the public being able to get together, to discuss issues. We may not always agree with each other. That's fine. But the point is, we have to have the faith that our government is not going to turn on us and do everything in their power and their prestige to try to prevent people from speaking. All it will do ultimately is deeply undermine our faith and our desire to work with our own government, which is our government, all of our government. So that's why this is very important. And I ask you to consider very seriously that they said these records weren't there because everybody had deleted them. Whatever the case is, these records should not have been deleted. They pertain to the basic, important rights and interests of the public. And these people were involved in basically saying these people should not have a right to speak in public and meet in public. And that I find deeply disturbing as a citizen, as a member of this society. Thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Dr. Derek Kerr. Mr. Ginsburg mentioned something about 300 emails a day. But some of those are just junk emails, and there's going to be inquiries about what time the park opens or the swimming pool closes. And we know that this was an important issue. This was not a trivial matter. The individuals involved in this correspondence and this lobbying back and forth are important individuals in the city. This is not the kind of correspondence that one deletes because it's of no value as a record. One deletes this information to conceal what it contains. Mr. Wooding said that there's a bigger issue here. And the bigger issue is one of ethics. Now, this matter can be reduced and narrowed down to a technical legal point that will make it much easier to dismiss this case, as virtually every other Sunshine case has been dismissed. But this is an ethics commission. It would be nice if there were a professional ethicist here. But even so, there isn't. It would be good if once in a while the ethical dimension of the behaviors you're hearing about would be considered rather than just the loopholes and technicalities of the law. Thank you very much.
Mr. Grossman, it looks like people are lining up.
I'm sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nancy Werfel. Mr. Ginsburg is guilty of willful violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. He is a lawyer. He was employed as a deputy city attorney. He knows not to leave any smoking gun emails around on a computer. Not only is he adept at eliminating damning evidence from being connected to him, he has motive for his actions. Pardon me. He absolutely did not want a discussion about a controversial decision made by him to be aired in a public forum that he could not control. He knows how to use his influence as a general manager of Rec and Park to intimidate people. He and others had every intention of canceling or seriously changing the format of the planned discussion about Golden Gate Park issues to be held at the Commonwealth Club. Of course, any emails about interfering with the public forum were instantly deleted, not because of a deep commitment to the department's record retention policy, but because Ginsburg knows that the Sunshine Law requires disclosures. He's not stupid. Had it been true that the motive for record destruction was implementing the department's policy, then this should have been stated to Mr. Wooding at the outset. The disclosure that there were once emails, but they were indeed destroyed according to regulations, would have led to the next requirement in the Sunshine Ordinance, which is to assist in referring Mr. Wooding to someone who could help him with his records request. Ms. Gong should have referred him to the Department of Technology about recovering the deleted emails, since her technology staff could not help. Let us not kid ourselves. Mr. Ginsburg attempted a cover-up of an ill-advised attempt to influence private entity from having an open panel discussion about contentious development in our city's most famous and beloved park. He wanted to use his government position to exert power over the public, who were simply exercising their First Amendment rights of freedom of speech and assembly. The Sunshine Ordinance and the Brown Act were created specifically to facilitate people, helping people find out just such misuses of power by trusted officials. There's nothing innocent about erasing these emails. Mr. Ginsburg is guilty as charged. The regulations for violations of Sunshine Ordinance call for you, Commissioners, to consider all the relevant circumstances surrounding this case. You must consider Mr. Ginsburg's motive in his actions to destroy evidence. The Code of Ethics of the Ethics Commission requires that you set the highest standards of conduct, including the appearance of propriety of the operation of government, and to assure public confidence in its governing institutions. I am holding you to this Code of Ethics today and awaiting your decision that will assure the public that we should have confidence in our city government. Thank you.
Peter Warfield, I'm not familiar with the details of the case, nor am I a party to it. but I must say I was taken aback by Mr. Ginsburg's the dog-aided defense. First of all, what parks policy was he following? If indeed he claims he was following it, I think you should certainly ask under what policy was he destroying these documents. And I should back up and say that I support Mr. Wooding's request and position, as many of the other folks previously have said. I would like to read to you Section 67.29-7, correspondence and records shall be maintained. Section A, the mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence, comma, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandum, invoices, reports, and proposals, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. That doesn't allow for the dog-aided or it wasn't an important enough document or some such reasoning. I'll read it again in full. It's one sentence. 67.29-7, correspondence and records shall be maintained. Section A, the mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandum, invoices, reports, and proposals, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable commissioners. It's an honor to stand before you. I've watched you on TV quite a bit, and I really appreciate your dedication. I know this isn't an easy job, on a good day. My name is Suzanne Dumont, and I am a person who has actually been successful in getting a sunshine violation against Recreation and Park in 2010. So having had that, it was the order of determination was issued to them that they were in violation. It's very clear that under Phil Ginsburg, they knew exactly what the Sunshine Task Force was all about, what their obligations were, and especially since he's an attorney. Come on, folks, we know he knows what he's doing here. It is most egregious to me that in the city of St. Francis, we are paying people to deceive us. And I hope that you folks will do the right thing tonight. This was deception from the beginning to end. And the emails, luckily, that George Wooding has put together for you, and I think you can see from George Wooding, this is probably not where he'd like to be tonight. He has a family. He has other needs and interests. We all would like to be someplace else. But this is important. This is our city. This is a democracy. And you cannot let a few people with other interests take it away and abuse us. The public trust is being abused by Rec and Park, and I hope that it will stop here. Thank you very much.
This matter reminds me a bit of the missing 11 minutes from the Nixon tapes. Unfortunately for Mr. Ginsburg, and fortunately for former President Nixon, there were backup tapes. When the Sunshine request came in, the designated custodian of records had an obligation to search everything for the requested records. The suggestion in the Good Government Guide that they're trash is just nonsense. If you look at the California Public Records Act, Section 6252, it defines public records as any writing containing information relating to the conduct of the public's business, prepared, owned, used, or retained by any state or local agency regardless of physical form or characteristics. And a writing includes, among other things, every other means of recording upon any tangible thing, any form of communication or representation, including letters, words, and any record thereby created, regardless of the manner in which the record has been stored. That is, backup tapes. So the fact that Ms. Gong, who is officially named the custodian of records, didn't even bother to look through their archives to see if any of those emails have been saved is a violation in and of itself. And the fact that Mr. Ginsburg has successfully, up till now, managed to get away with it, I think is a pretty flagrant violation. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeannie Kwok, and I know George Wooding because we're both delegates to the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. I know him as a person who spends a lot of time on matters concerning the city. He personally volunteers to research different issues and writes long articles in the newsletter for the Coalition. And he's held in such high esteem that I've heard a lot of compliments about the articles he writes, and that also he's held in such high esteem that I personally nominated him for the ExCom committee. And then when the first vice president position became open, he was nominated for the position, and now he's first vice president of San Francisco Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. So I just wanted to say that he's a person who really loves San Francisco and dedicates a lot of personal time to informing neighborhoods about the city. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Hiroshi Fukuda, and I also belong to the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, organization of over 45 neighborhood organizations. I don't normally come to this commission, but I have an interest because of this. In this case, Mr. Wooding has explained to coalition members in meetings about all the details going on with Rec and Park and some of their, how their mission has changed from serving the public good, and now foremost is raising revenues at the expense of having the park for the public. Now, in hearing about this case, it seems quite obvious, the Sunshine Task Force, they've come to a conclusion, and they're volunteers, and I don't think they have any axe to grind, and they came up with a conclusion that the Sunshine Ordinance was violated, clearly, and I can't understand how, their findings could be overturned. In some cases, you need irrefutable evidence. That's something, I know what it was. In football, for example, when there's a play and the coach throws the red beanbag and they ask for instant replay, the replay could only, the judge could only overturn if there's unrefutable evidence that there was a mistake that was made. And I can't see how anyone could come to that conclusion in this situation. There was a violation. And just think about, they didn't keep the records. Well, it says clearly that that this is a piece of information, email, that should have been kept. And that the Sunshine Ordinance supersedes local policy, and Rec and Park should have kept the emails and produced them when asked. One more thing. This is, to me, it seems like a cover-up. In Watergate, it wasn't just a crime. It was a cover-up that was the bigger problem, And in here, I see the same case. I see cover-up. And I think that if you allow this to slip through, the public confidence needs to be, in order to have good government, you got to have people who believe in the government, and you people who are serving the city as ethics commission, you have to come to the right conclusion. Don't let cover up be rewarded.
Commissioners, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Government, and I'd like to reiterate and agree with the comment of a lot of the other speakers, which is it does seem that their policy in the department is one of everybody decides whatever the heck they're going to do and does it whatever way they want to do it, and then the department feels no responsibility at all to try to correct the mistakes they make because they haven't got clear direction. The RBD staff, the Parks and Recreation, should not be allowed to unilaterally decide employee by employee when they will delete records or not follow the Sunshine Ordinance or the Brown Act or the California Public Records Act. I'd also like to make a comment on Mr. Ginsburg's request that you find in favor of what the staff has recommended. Well, of course he's going to say that because every single time a case comes before you, the staff recommends no violation. Even in cases where they have a clear conflict of interest, such as my last case, because there is a finding against this body and your executive director for violating the same 150-word summary problem. And he saw no problem at all saying there shouldn't be any violation, which basically results in a case of, well, if we find a violation against Mr. Herrera, Mr. Hartz may be back here trying to get a violation against me. And he saw no problem with that. None at all. If I recommend no violation, then we can say precedent has been set, and when the case comes before me, we can say I didn't violate the law either. I think that's very, very convenient. Basically, you can't have someone giving you advice which you rely on totally when they are unwilling to be honest about the fact that they may be affected by the decisions you make. And the simple fact that you say, oh, the city attorney can interpret these laws, but other bodies like the task force, even though the law specifically says they are the ones to interpret it, can't, is real hypocrisy. If interpretation is allowed, then different people can interpret it, and there can be differing opinions. You can't say task force can't interpret it, but the city attorney can. Task force can't add to it, but the city attorney can. Task force can't make decisions about the law, even though in the law it says they're the bodies to do it. And yet the city attorney, who has absolutely no right to do it, can do it not with a legal decision, but with simply writing a memo.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Howard. I was one of the panelists at the Commonwealth Club. I'm a member of Friends of the Music Concourse, the Park Rangers Coalition, the Golden Gate Park Preservation Alliance, and SF Ocean Edge. I'm a landscape architect. I've been involved in park preservation for over 10 years. It started with saving the historic pollarded trees in front of the bandshell in the Music Concourse in Golden Gate Park. Since that time, I have found it necessary to keep an eye on various projects planned for the park. Golden Gate Park is really the prize for those people who see parkland as free land for building their pet project. From the proposed 1915 World's Fair exposition, which would have wiped out the park, to the early 1950s freeways that were going to be built right through the park. The beach chalet soccer fields are such a development. This project would remove over 7 acres of living grass and replace it with over 7 acres of artificial turf. It would add over 150,000 watts of sports lighting to the western end of the park, right next to Ocean Beach. The lighting would be on until 10 o'clock every night of the year, ruining the wildlife habitat and the beach experience for those who come to view the sunset, to sit by fire rings, or gaze at the stars. Lack of transparency regarding this project was evident from the very beginning. For example, the project was presented to the organized sports community a full 6 months before there were any public hearings. Public comment at city hearings, as you know, is limited to 3 minutes compared to the unlimited time given to city departments. What was needed was a place dedicated to free speech where a qualified panel of experts could discuss the complete picture of past, present, and future threats to Golden Gate Park. I was frankly appalled when I learned of the emails written by the Rec and Park Department. I had suggested this panel discussion, and by doing so, I had exposed respected professional panel members to personal attack. And I am shocked, I am really shocked that members of our city government tried to stifle free speech and to have this panel discussion canceled. And then they denied that they had tried to do that. All we were asking for was 50 minutes, 50 minutes to present our love of Golden Gate Park. We are very grateful that the Commonwealth Club stood by its principles and they let the expert panel hold this discussion. I recommend that you go to our website, SF Ocean Edge, as in San Francisco, sfoceanedge.org, and view the Commonwealth Club presentation and judge for yourself. In conclusion, free speech and transparency are vital to open government, and they must be preserved at all costs. Thank you.
President Herrera, Commissioners, Judy Berkowitz, President of the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. I'd like to also point out that Mr. Wooding is an investigative reporter and investigates anything that he goes into with astounding depth and accuracy. I urge you to uphold the findings and decision of the Sunshine Task Force and the recommendation based on that to find the respondents have violated Sunshine Ordinance sections 67.25, .26, .27, and .21c, and cite them accordingly. The events went as follows. The private event was organized at a private venue. The government gets wind of this private event and finds it threatening, attempts and succeeds to change the private event. The private events coordinators sunshine the government for the documents that they use to change this event. The government, after it's been sunshined, the government says that it has no records. The complainant obtains those records from a third party. When confronted by these records, the government changes its tune and says that it has, they were there, but they were deleted. So if you believe that they actually deleted them or not, if they were actually there when they were sunshined or not, is beside the point. The point is that, as so many others have pointed out, is that there is a violation. Please find them guilty and cite them accordingly. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Bruce Wolf. I'm the former Vice Chair of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. There are a lot of comments that were made. I'm not going to repeat many of them, but one that wasn't mentioned is what this department relies on with regards to records retention, and that's their own records retention policy, which is contained in your package. Now, in it specifies a specific section of our city code, which is Administrative Code 8.1. Now, since there's a kind of a feeling that you must determine whether the task force's determination is valid or not, let's go straight to the law that actually governs what the retention must be. And that also includes the Sunshine Ordinance. Now, under 8.1, if you notice on page 2 of their retention policy, in Category 4, it states in the first sentence that documents and other materials that are not records, quote unquote, as defined by the Administrative Code, in Section 8.1 need not be retained. But 8.1 doesn't say anything about not being retained. It says that everything must be retained, and that it must be according to 3 different categories. They're specific. They're current records, they're storage records, or permanent records. There is no such label as essential records. So when a lot of what you see here in this records retention policy, a lot of it is embellished when you read that Administrative Code 8.1. And I would strongly ask you to refer to that and apply what is going on here and what was said to be needed to be retained or not. Now, there's a question as to whether public records with regards to city records versus external records need to be retained. And Section 8.1, actually in Section 8, let me see if I can find it, it does, I'll just paraphrase, it does specify that if there are documents that are pertaining to the business of the department, internal, external, doesn't matter what form it's in, it's all pertinent. It's all public information. So I would urge you to, if this is a point, to me this is the point that I would give me pause. I would say, if I don't know, I haven't read Section 8.1 of the Administrative Code, I would continue this item. I would read it and come back and then have another discussion about it. I just feel that it really speaks to this. I don't know who created this retention policy, but there are a lot of anomalies in it, especially under 6724A. There's no listing like that there. Thank you.
Good evening, David Pilpel. I'm speaking as an individual. I was not a member of the task force at the time that this matter was heard. I appreciate all of the comments that the previous speakers made. I believe that Bruce Wolfe, who spoke just before me, was most on point, and I agree with much of what he said. I would refer the Commission to the record retention and destruction schedule that's included in your packet, both Part 2, page 1 and 2, and the overall policy that precedes the chart. I believe that the emails in question were improperly deleted and were more properly characterized as correspondence miscellaneous and not correspondence not requiring follow-up, referring again to the section Category 4, defining the no retention required records as not, among other things, not otherwise required to be retained, not necessary to the functioning or continuity of the department, and which have no legal significance, that those may be destroyed when no longer needed, et cetera, et cetera. I'll let you read that paragraph on page 2. I believe that the emails were in relation to a continuing matter, may or may not have required follow-up, but were in any event general correspondence. What's not clear to me, having been involved in this area of law for many years, is what the consequences are of failing to adhere to a department's record retention policy. I recall in 1998, or prior to putting the Prop G amendments on the ballot in 1999, there was a lot of discussion about what sections of the ordinance to amend, and it was decided to only limit the amendments to Chapter 67 to the Sunshine Ordinance itself. So that's why there's that new section that was read earlier that talks about department heads maintaining records in a business-like manner so as to not supersede Section 8.1 et seq. Of the admin code, but to reinforce the notion that departments needed to keep records that were required to be kept, not keep phone messages from, one spouse saying, please pick up milk at the grocery store, but those things that related to the functioning of city government needed to be kept and kept in a businesslike manner. It appears that that did not occur here, and I would encourage you to find for Mr. Wooding in this matter. Unless you have any questions, thank you.
Questions for either Mr. Wooding or Mr. Ginsburg? Mr. Ginsburg, I have some questions for you. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Oh, yes. Same. Yeah,
Okay.
I have questions for Mr. Ginsburg. Okay.
Shirley.
Thank you, Chair Herr. Mr. Ginsburg, what is the department's protocol on looking for backup files and backup data when responding to Sunshine requests? And the reason I ask also is it troubles me a bit that the request came in just weeks after the event in question. I think just a couple of weeks or a few weeks. So what is the protocol for when you know that there were emails but they were deleted?
We work very closely with the city attorney's office on all record requests, and when the request was made to look at our backup data, I think our custodian of records went about doing that in conjunction with the city attorney and the Department of Telecommunications and Information Services. I don't know that it's a routine practice that we routinely check backup data anytime a public records request comes in. I think when we're asked to do so, we do.
But you waited until the task force asked you, until the task force called it to your attention and asked you to do it?
I believe that was the time frame. I'm not quite sure of the time frame when we ended up working with the department, with DTIS.
Okay. And so at this point in time, does the department have a protocol about asking for, to search backup files or backup tapes when getting a Sunshine request? And I mention this only because you had made a point of saying that you have a full FTE person as custodian of records and that you get many, many requests.
Right. So we actually have about a person who works full-time as half of an FTE, but all the time that is spent with department staff actually calling through and preparing and copying records adds up to a full FTE. Honestly, it's something that we can certainly take a look at, but I think when records requests come in, we work with our custodian of records, we work with the city attorney's office, and when there is a specific request to kind of look through backup data and backup tapes, we will certainly do that.
Okay. And so in this particular instance, when you got the request, at the time that you responded to Ms. Gong that there were no responsive documents, did you recall that you had emails pertaining to the subject matter?
So I did two things. I had no emails on my SFGov account, on my city account, and I'm not even sure whether I remember or not whether there was whether I had deleted an email on my personal account. I was carbon copied on it. I think in my, I frankly may have told Olive that, I don't have any emails. I deleted them. The ones on my personal account, which I do routinely as a matter of housekeeping.
I see. Okay. So when your IT department finally did recover data, and I don't think we have that in our packet, what the specific emails were that were recovered eventually, were there emails from your account?
Not from my personal account. There were no emails on my SFGov account.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ginsburg, just following up on that.
Sure.
So you get this email, this request from Ms. Gong. What specifically do you do next?
So I think I got the request either late Friday or first thing Monday. I think the request came in sometime around noon on Friday, and I honestly haven't looked at my calendar to know whether I was even in the office when the request came in. I checked my SFGov account. And
what did you do? What did you check?
I either searched for anything involving, I searched in response to the criteria that was in the specific request. So I don't have it in front of me, but it might have been all emails on my SFGov account dealing with the Commonwealth Club or in communication with Mark Buell or Sarah Ballard. There might have been other criteria in the request I don't remember.
So specifically, I'm trying to imagine what search you might have conducted here.
So I actually do keep very thorough email records. I have probably about 50 different files, and I actually have lots of emails and records for a variety of public policy topics. And I would have searched all them, and there was and nothing came up.
Okay, how are they divided? Meaning you would have had a Commonwealth Club folder?
I may not have had a Commonwealth Club folder, but I may have checked either in my inbox, where that's where most of the housekeeping has to take place. I have an inbox, and then as time allows, I try to actually manage my files, where I will move emails in conformance with the department's record retention policy into specific subject matter files. So I may have a file for parks, I may have a file for beach chalet, I may have a file for recreation, basically different subject matter topics, as it's easy to organize, and I probably have about 50 in my email system.
Do you have a folder for Mr. Buell?
I do not.
So maybe
I should.
So when you search these emails, do you have to search each folder individually to try to find responsive documents, or can you run one search?
I think you can
cover all.
You can run one search. You can use a search key, and it'll come up with all of the emails that are either in your general inbox or in your files that are responsive to a particular keyword. But I will sometimes also check other files that I might have in my file management system.
Now, are you actually remembering doing these searches, or are you just saying what you likely would have done in light
That's
of
what I
this?
likely would have done.
Okay. Where else are emails kept within your department?
Well, I mean, we have probably 600 full-time staff, so we have a combination of both a centralized and decentralized IT system. I may not be the subject matter expert on this, but, we do have I'm sure we do have a server, which is capable of being searched, and I do believe that in response to this, although it may not have been as quickly as Mr. Wooding would have liked, we did work with the city attorney's office and our IT staff to search the server.
Okay, so let's go back to what you do, because I know you're not the expert, but you are the only subject of this particular complaint, which is within our original jurisdiction. Yeah. So you get an email that you deem to be important. Can you categorize it in some way, or put it on a server or something that's more centralized, so that if it's lost from your email, it can be retrieved by others?
I do believe that on my SF.gov account, my email system does back up to a server. I'm pretty certain of that, but again, I'm not the subject matter expert. But again, within my own desktop, I have an inbox, which I try to keep in relatively manageable order, and then I have a number of files based on topic or subject matter.
Okay. So there's no central storage place for important emails within your department?
Again, I think that our server does back up does back up emails that come into the department. So I'm going to assume that, I am not the IT expert, but I assume that we have a server that has copies of all the emails that come in through the SF.gov account.
So when, I believe it was your assistant responded to Ms. Gong's email, when Stacy White responded to Ms. Gong's email saying that neither I nor Phil have any documents responsive to the request below, you personally searched your account, right, correct?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with Ms. White about it?
I'm pretty certain that I would have, because I coordinate with Stacy, with Ms. White, who also has access to my email account. If I'm out of the office, I will ask her to double check or to look through files. But I'm pretty certain that we would have both looked through it to make sure that we were being responsive.
Any other questions for Mr. Ginsburg?
Just when you decide something is Category 4 under your retention policy, is there some standard period of time that you retain it in some file before you delete it?
There is no standard. The period of time I have until I delete it is the next period of time I have to manage my inbox, to be honest with you. I mean, if it's not something that I'm going to retain because I didn't feel like it was compliant with either Categories 1, 2, or 3, when I get the opportunity to actually manage my inbox is when I would delete non-essential or emails that not consistent with our record retention policy.
Now, when you delete, you get an email and you hit delete, isn't there a category of deleted items?
There is a trash box which periodically empties.
Yeah. And what's the policy on how often that's deleted?
Commissioner, I don't think we have a policy on that specific point. I think that at the point in which we delete, we delete. And it's still possible, though, that if you go back to our server, as was ultimately done here, you would still find records that have been deleted. But again, you're asking me a question that is well beyond my level of technical expertise.
Well, but when you got the request, did you go to the deleted items to see whether there was any item in that deleted file that had not gone out of the trash box?
I would have checked all of my files, including my deleted inbox.
Commissioner Studley?
I have a question, but I think it may not be a question for Mr. Ginsburg. It may be a question for Mr. Giffner, who has stepped out for a moment. And the question is, and maybe you can help me think about whether it's important to get an answer, and if so, from whom, is whether there is a standard citywide policy with regard to handling open records requests by referring to backup tapes in the first step. It does seem unreasonable for me, if I'm a member of the public and a requester, when I ask for something, to know to ask for it from backup tapes or from some other source. I imagine that I would think that I was asking for this record wherever it was kept. So whether it was on my desk or in a file drawer, I would expect somebody to look for, of the respondents. It seems to me that is a matter that might be a citywide policy, not a department by department policy. So I can restate it for you, John.
All right.
Didn't realize you'd come back to this, but do you know, or is there someone who could tell us whether there is a citywide policy or expectation about whether open records requests should be complied with, including reference to backup tapes?
I don't believe there's a citywide policy. In my experience, departments search their own records and don't ask the Department of Technology to also search backup tapes, which I understand, and not the expert, would probably want to talk to somebody at DT, is a time-consuming process, and quite time-consuming if you consider how many public records requests come to the city every day.
The way you answered sounded as though the documents become the records of the technology department. Is that could complicate it for the agency if deleted records are no longer their own records to search, although it may kick into that other provision that says you have to tell people that there may be something somewhere else that those technology folks now have on their backup tapes. I'm just trying to think what the agency's responsibility is and what standard practice is, what the public ought to expect.
I think generally the position, our advice is that the Sunshine Ordinance does not require the city to search the backup tapes of documents that have been appropriately deleted under department's record retention policy. The backup tapes exist for other purposes.
So that brings us into one other question that we haven't talked about, is the correct categorization of documents, whether the ones that were described as Category 4 documents were in fact appropriately deleted. As I can understand the public being, my office just had one of its, a training on email management, and clearly the A+ answer was delete everything you're allowed to delete right away. On the other hand, the public that's looking for records can understandably be surprised that a few weeks later, records that they are looking for are not there. And I don't know that the law has attempted to go after that. The laws, these practices were in their infancy when these rules were written, and technology has changed a great deal about what would be around and how it would be accessible. And I think it's a little hard to know what responsibility the agency has where there aren't common standards, and they can make their own determination, both of deletion and of what records to search. That's not making it any easier, but it's part of what I'm struggling with. I apologize.
I don't know if Mr. Ginsburg, you have anything to say in response to that?
No.
Okay. Here's sort of what I think this is a larger issue than the one we have right now with Mr. Ginsburg. This is only the question before us right now is whether Mr. Ginsburg committed a willful violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. We will later get to the others who had their issue adjudicated by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. So to me, the main question is, did Mr. Ginsburg actually conduct the search for the records that we've been told he conducted through the submission by Rec and Parks? Because I think at least my reading of the records retention policy suggests that the one email that he received would fall into Category 4, based on my read. Now, whether Category 4 is acceptable under the definition of the Administrative Code or the Sunshine Task Force, or whether it's legal is not an issue that I feel I can adjudicate right now, nor is one that's necessarily before me, because I think if we find that Mr. Ginsburg followed that document retention policy, that he appropriately deleted an email that fit within Category 4, and that he looked for those records, I think it's hard for us to find a willful violation. I am still curious and want to know whether the document retention policy itself complies with the law. I mean, if it doesn't, that's obviously a huge problem and one that Parks is going to have to rectify. But for the narrow question before us right now, I don't know that we need to reach that issue.
I don't know whether if you're asking me our office works with departments on their record retention policies to ensure that they comply with the admin code and the requirements of state law. So I can say yes, the record retention policy complies with the record retention requirements in state and local law.
Did you hear Mr. Wolf's comments? Were you here for that?
Yes.
So he was suggesting that perhaps Administrative Code 8.1 defines records in a way that would encompass the documents that can be deleted under Category 4.
I think Admin Code Section 8.1 gives you a sense or explains the universe of documents that you're looking at and puts them into different boxes. And as to whether they need to be kept permanently for some period of years, or they're really only current records just for use on the day that can be destroyed or thrown out. And then the department's record retention policy effectuates the requirements of the admin code by being more specific about which documents fall into which of those boxes.
Any further questions for Mr. Ginsburg? Thank you, Mr. Ginsburg. Any questions for Mr. Wooding? Comments, thoughts from the commissioners on this agenda item?
may have one question for Mr. Wooding. I think it's in the records somewhere, but when you eventually got the documents from Rec and Park, after they went to their IT people, did you get all of the same documents that you had gotten from the Commonwealth Club?
The answer would be no. I believe through memory I received 2 or 3 of the documents. I did not receive the complete ones, all of the 5 or 6 documents. So I believe also they were given to me the day before or the day of when Sunshine was going to make their determination. So it was like a 11th hour type of thing. Look what we found. Here they are. Right. So it was in that context, it was very insulting in that on the very last day, and it's interesting to see Mr. Buell, Mr. Ginsburg, and Sarah Ballard here tonight, as they only sent Olive Gong, and they never spoke for themselves one time. So, and Olive Gong seems to be a very nice woman, but she did not have a clue as to what was going on. And the Sunshine Task Force had to ask her twice. I was embarrassed for her when she came the first time, and they had already asked her to go to find the IT records, and she had not done a thing. And then she was basically taken to the woodshed and sent back again to try to find something. So the way I look at this, the Rec and Park has never treated this as a serious issue, and I think that Mr. Ginsburg, with his 50 categories, but not one for Mark Buell, I find it very interesting that how he would go through everything. I wonder what keyword he was using. It'd be interesting to find out. And honestly, I don't believe him. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Wooding? Comments from the commissioners? I am looking at the one email, April 25, 2011. It's on page 235 of the December 5th, 2011 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force packet. For me, the issue comes down to, like I said, one, did he search the records, and are we convinced that he searched the records? And secondly, is this email one that would fit under Category 4? On the first question, we have testimony from Mr. Ginsburg. Now, granted, it's been many years since this happened. I did not find his recollection to be particularly elucidating in light of the fact that it seemed it was difficult for him to recollect what was going on. That said, he did testify that he conducted the search himself, and he looked for responsive documents. I don't think it's unreasonable for someone after 2 years to not remember precisely the search that was conducted. With respect to the email, this is not an email that asks, he was a CC on it. It's addressed from Mr. Buell to Mr. Dalton, and it certainly expresses an opinion of Mr. Buell as to the participants and the panel. It does not suggest that there was going to be some official action or that they were asking the panel not to occur. To me, this does fall into Category 4 as an email that did not need to be responded to. and that it meets the other requirements. All that being said, I understand, Mr. Wooding, your frustration here. I can see why you think it feels like a cover-up, because emails get deleted that are inflammatory, and it's possible that the deletion was motivated by a desire to prevent it from being disclosed. But as far as what the law requires and what he is required to maintain, it does not appear to me that it fits within a document that for which retention was required. I don't know if my fellow commissioners have.
Well, I guess the question I have is I'm not sure that issue is really raised because when you read the sections that they claim were violated, 67.25, which is failure to satisfy an immediate request. There's no doubt that the response that they gave, that they had no emails or they had no documents, was a correct response. And the question is that Commissioner Studley was asking about whether there was some practice of going to the IT department as being part of it. Well, there's no way that on an immediate request anybody could contemplate that you're going to go to the IT department. That's 24 hours. And so that it strikes me that the response was a correct response, that he had no emails in his that he was aware of. And 6726 is where you withhold a document. Well, there's no evidence of any withholding of a document and 67.27 is you have to give a justification for why there's an exemption. Again, I think it's inapplicable. And then 67.21C claiming that they should have advised Mr. Wooding that he could go to the Commonwealth Club and see about getting documents from them. I don't think the statute requires that, and it seems to me it was self-evident to anyone knowing that the recipient on the other side would also have copies to the extent that they had them. But whether or not the retention policy was a proper retention policy, I don't think is before us on this particular complaint.
I think Commissioner Rennie is right to turn to the four alleged violations. What I've been trying to figure out is what an agency head's responsibility is for the actions of the agency. Was his responsibility to respond timely to the request for his own documents, if there were any that were responsive, or was it to see that the agency got the request or an answer on that day or a request for an extension? And that's not specific to him. This will come up over and over again, I think, as we deal with agencies where there are complaints under 67.25. And under 67.21C, is there an agency responsibility to have referred somebody to IT? Not the Commonwealth Club. I don't think that's what the rules contemplate at all. Right. The person I mailed the letter to may have the letter that I sent, and I may have a copy of it. Those are true, but I don't think the law requires people to do it. I think what they are requiring is if you go to Rec and Park and they ask you for something that really is at the Labor Department or the mayor's office, that they will say, no, we don't have that, but you should go to this other city office. But on those two, there is at least potentially, an agency responsibility, and does the head of the agency have that responsibility, and what would it take, even if there were a failure to respond that day, what would make it willful, since he had appointed a staff, responded himself in a timely way? As we do these, I just think we're going to have a series of these kinds of questions.
Commissioner Studley's point is exactly the point that is troubling me, because I think that Mr. Ginsburg himself did conduct the search and there were no responsive documents, so I do understand that technically the answer was correct and he responded in the way that the ordinance contemplates. But at the same time, what troubles me about this particular instance is that the request came in only a few weeks after the event that occurred, and there may have been, and I understand it's now 2 years, and so Mr. Ginsburg doesn't recall specifically, but there may have been a recollection at the time that he had deleted an email, and why he didn't immediately say, I deleted the email, and so there may have been a backup tape available to go look for at the Department of Technology. That's the aspect that troubles me. But now, having heard from Mr. Givner that there is no citywide policy on directing agencies to the Department of Technology for backup information in response to Sunshine requests, I feel like there can't really be a finding of willful violation because there is no protocol on backup tapes, and that's the piece that I am struggling with here.
Maybe there is no citywide policy on backup tapes. Our advice to departments across the city has been, when you receive a Sunshine request or a public records request, you are not required to go and search backup tape, which, as Commissioner Studley said, isn't even in your department.
There are backup tapes in the departments.
So I guess I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from the commissioners? Would anybody like to make a motion regarding this agenda item?
Well, I would move that we find that Mr. Ginsburg did not willfully violate the sections of the Sunshine Ordinance that were referred to, 67.25, 67.26, 67.27, or 67.21.
Yes.
No.
All right, well, I'm looking at the memo from the staff, and it says the task force made a motion finding that Mark Buell, Phil Ginsburg, Sarah Ballard, and Olive Gong violated those sections of the Sunshine Ordinance.
I was looking at the task force's finding, which also tracked that. Yes. I was looking at the task force finding, which appears not to be paginated, but of August 8, citing a decision issued July 26, 2011.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Before we move on to the next item, I'm guessing that our staff is already doing this, but just for the record, it would be helpful, and I know I'm not catching all of them, if we could try to identify the issues that we're coming upon that either go to interpretation of the rules or agency practice that we might want to inform, so that we, as we build a body of experience, we could go back and see where clarification is needed, where where we want to ask the city attorney's office to look at certain issues. I just think I don't want to walk away from the individual matters and leave our possible either policy recommendations or law change or guidance for how to be more effective or consistent about doing this. There are many things that won't be amenable to our suggestions, but I think if we could just follow those through, we may find things where we can improve the underlying situation as we go through specific cases. Does that seem like it might be worthwhile?
Sure.
I see our esteemed staff nodding, so I'm satisfied.
Do any commissioners need a break? No? Should we go on a little bit longer?
Maybe we should go to the other individuals on that while it's fresh in our mind.
Days you're going to lose, so it's only a matter of pro forma.
The next item on the agenda is under 4A. This is under Chapter 2 of our new regulations, which provide the burden on the respondent. So I understand that Ms. Ballard, Mr. Buell, Ms. Gong are here. Ms. Gong is not here? Okay. Who is going to speak?
I can speak for myself, and I think Sarah Ballard can speak for herself and Celaya.
Okay. Mr. Buell, please. 5 minutes.
Mr. Gooding satisfied that he's...
I'll use much less. Thank you very much.
He seems okay.
Let me say first that I think you have a communication from the city attorney which pleads my innocence in this case, but I want to put a little background. I was asked to look at my emails. I did look, and I responded, I think, within 12 hours of being asked that I could not find the emails I was looking for. Having said that, I wanted to find them, and I believe they're part of the record, but to set the record straight, when I heard about this session at the Commonwealth Club, I've spoken to the Commonwealth Club on a number of occasions. I hold them in high esteem. And I saw the title of the event that was being planned, and I know the panelists that are involved in this that put it forward. I have the utmost respect, particularly for Catherine Howard, about she's passionate about Golden Gate Park. I would not diminish her credibility in the least. What I felt, and I stated in my email to Greg Dalton, was that this was a one-sided Golden Gate Park under siege. Syria's under siege. Golden Gate Park is under siege to some people, but surely not to the majority, but people who feel passionate about different issues in the park. And I respect that fact. But I said to them simply that I thought, given the history of the Commonwealth Club, that they had a responsibility, one, to have an unbiased title, and two, to have at least one representative from the department to be able to speak to the issues. And so having done that, they came back to me, and I wasn't involved with the staff. There was no conspiracy with staff on this. I take full responsibility. I got into communications with them, and they ultimately said, we will change the title, and I forget what they changed it to, but it was a neutral title in my opinion, and they said that they wouldn't accept anybody, they'd only accept me to speak on that site. And so reluctantly I said, okay, I'll do it. And so we went forward under those circumstances. So I think that it's really there is an issue, and I've changed my own personal habits to not deleting anything anymore on any subject. God help my wife if she finds it all. I'm only kidding, but you know, it's just a fact that you wonder what I would have kept anything that related to commission issues. This wasn't a commission issue. This was an issue among people that I'd done business with before, and I wanted to make my case. So I simply say that I think in the big picture there's no conspiracy here. I wish I had kept them, but Mr. Wooding found them and provided them to you, and I'm happy he did, and I stick by them. I think they accurately represent what I felt then and what I feel now. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Sarah Ballard from the Recreation and Parks Department. I'll just add to that all of Gong's role in our department is to receive the public records requests and disseminate them to the appropriate staffers. And also ask the follow-up questions, is there anyone else who may have documents responsive to this request? In this case, she did that. I searched my records, not dissimilar to my boss, the general manager. I keep essentially my inbox as my to-do list, and anything that complies with the record retention policy is saved either in an email folder and most often also printed out and saved in a hard copy file. And so I searched both my email folders and hard copy files, and none of these documents I did not still have any of these documents at the time of the request, which was, I believe, about 6 weeks or 8 weeks after the email exchanges took place. And happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Wooding? You have 5 minutes.
You look at, you bifurcate your own issues. I do think this was a group effort. It's pretty clear to me. It was even the way I got the documents that were handed to me, they were clandestine, like, here, this is for you, to show you how screwed over you guys were. So I think where I'm coming from is with this current board, whatever I would be saying tonight, good or bad, I'm going to lose. So it doesn't seem like whether something is deleted or whether something is no longer available really matters. I think what really happens here is Sunshine suffers and the public suffers and the public loses confidence in government, especially when ethics, who is supposed to maintain ethics and was voted to help citizens, now represents the city family more than they do the public. So with that, I'll leave you with, as someone who's new here, I have very little confidence of any fairness. So thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Wooding, please. Mr. Wooding, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. You made a comment just now about the documents being provided to you in what you called a clandestine manner. Were they provided to you by an employee of the Department of Rec and Parks?
I won't answer. Since I write stories, I have to protect my own sources.
So you think they were not provided to you through the routine, let me start another way, and maybe the trial lawyers can phrase this better. You made a request for documents that was referred to an employee, Ms. Gong, who has that responsibility for that area. It was she who told you that there were no responsive documents.
Correct.
When you did get documents, are you saying they did not come from Ms. Gong?
That's right. I had the documents before I made the request.
No, I'm not talking about the set that you got from the Commonwealth Club. I'm talking about when ultimately the department went back to the backup files, maybe I'm misunderstanding the process, went to the backup files and said, we will go back and see here if we have any of the documents that were deleted. I thought that you did get them from the department.
I did.
And I think my question is, did you get them officially from Ms. Gong or somebody else with a records management responsibility?
Ms. Gong. Ms. Gong, 141 days after my request.
Okay.
I think when he was referring to the clandestine
clandestine
receiving, that was from the source, the source that originally provided the documents.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't mention who.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that you never got documents formally
Oh, no.
and officially from the
I
department.
got documents.
Okay. I understand that it was
Thank you.
belated and
Thank you.
that you were.
Mr. Buell and Ms. Ballard,
do them one at a
3 minutes rebuttal.
Should we do them together? Are they the same or separate?
Potentially different.
Whoops, I failed to mention, which I think is important to not sound so presumptuous that I had influence over the Commonwealth Club, but that I searched all their meetings and records for 2 years, 2 full years, and couldn't find any title that had a degree of bias or a subject matter that had only one side presentation. So I made that the case for when I went back to them and asked them for their consideration to change the title and add a person that could contribute to some other information about the issues and not have it so one-sided. So I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
While you're here, I have a quick question. But
Okay, I was going to say
if anybody else
questions
does.
after
Oh, I'm
public
sorry.
comment.
I'm
but-
sorry, go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Ballard?
Commissioners, I hope to offer a clarifying comment, although it may confuse things. But we actually, to speak to Ms. Gong's responsibility in terms of the backup tapes, we actually switched email systems. And so now the backup tapes do reside in the department, but at the time of the request and the emails on the request, they did not. They resided with the Department of Technology. So just to clarify for her in terms of the responsibility there. Thank you.
Public comment?
Once again, Greg Miller, amateur. I don't know what to make of all your issues about the disclosure of the records and things like that in great detail, but what might be pertinent with regard to especially Ms. Ballard's message and her deletion of it that I think you ought to at least consider is, once again, she was basically dissing these people and saying they were biased, they're going to incite the community, and asking for complete shutting down. Do not do the thing. Look at the email that she wrote as the 20th. The other thing is the Category 4 retentions versus other retentions. I'm just looking at the department policy, and they do talk about essential records. And essential records do include, among other things, records required for the protection of the rights and interests of individuals. Now, I assume they could be narrow scope to be the individuals within the department or something like that. But I think what's essential here and what seems to be glossed over because we're focusing on this one narrow issue here is a much bigger one that I hope you take up in some form or another, and that is you have clear evidence before you that you cannot deny in writing that members of the department, highly paid members of the department directly reporting to the director of the department, basically tried to intercede and prevent the public from meeting and discussing a matter of public policy and use the weight of their office and their title to basically try to keep people from meeting and discussing something of a public concern. I think whether or not that is addressable under the particular thing you were hearing tonight,
I would ask you, just as a citizen, this is something you as the Ethics Commission need to take up. Not necessarily to find somebody guilty of something, but to establish a clear policy. And I would hope that policy would be one that you would agree with, that the public servants, both the people who are paid and the people who volunteer and do wonderful work as commissioners, should not be turning on the public, especially in private, through back channels and using their titles to denigrate them, to disempower them, and to try to prevent them from convening and meeting independently the city. These are not terrorists. This is not the Red Army Brigade. This is the ex-director of Spur. This is the conservation director of the Audubon. This is the regional director of the historic places area. So this is important. You need to take this up. You need to look at it and help the city learn from this mistake. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm very, very concerned right now, okay? I'm a little concerned about how this is going to proceed through all the other ones, because I'm hearing suppositions being made that are not based on any law. I think the law would do this, or the law should do this, or I'm hearing those kind of statements instead of actually referring to the law itself as it applies. Now, first off, I have to say, Mr. Gibner, you're wrong, okay? We have document storage, whether it's stored at Iron Mountain or whether it's stored at DT in a backup system, it's the same thing. And there is a requirement for retention, and wherever that retention is, it must be requested no matter what the location is. Whether there's no policy, it's not a matter of policy. The law specifically states that the retrieval of those records must be had, whether they're in a person's hand or not, whether they're in storage or someplace else. The only thing that can't be retrieved are ones that can be destroyed. Okay? Those are the only ones. Now, if you're going to take the retention policy as the law, that is even more concerning because you haven't even determined whether it's correct or not. And I stated under Section 8.8, actually, use all of 8, that most of this is embellished. Third off, I was very concerned to hear that there was some letter that came from the city attorney's office in representation of any or all of the respondents here, because under Section 6721I, that's not allowed at all. They can make opinion, they can offer opinion as to what is publicly general, that applies to everybody across, but they can't specifically represent any one public official, except if it's for litigation with regards to Sunshine. So if this was a court of law, then they would, the city attorney can then represent them, but not before this body. So I'm a little concerned about where this is going right now, because a lot of it is becoming very subjective, and it's not based on what I'm feeling a good representation of the fact of law. And I am urging you again to continue this item, read Admin Code 8, because that is what I based my decision at the Sunshine Task Force on in sending you this determination. That's what I had to base it on, because that's where I had to go to find the detail. Thank you.
Commissioners, Nancy Werfel again. I want to reiterate that a response that says we have no records responsive to your request tells me, Nancy Werfel, that there never was a record. There's nothing. We don't have anything. It's not what we don't have it right here on my desk in the inbox. We never had it, because I expect a record that did exist, that somehow became eliminated or depleted or thrown away. I want you to tell me that. I want you to tell me in this city government that you had a record that for whatever reason was legitimately disposed of. But to say that you don't have one means that the event never took place. This is where we're coming from. This is the big deal. This is going to be so important to you because it's going to come back 100 million times. This is what we are screaming about from the public. We want our records. If you don't have a record because it never happened, that's what that means. But the very second there was a record that somehow evaporated off the face of the earth because of whatever reasons we're hearing here tonight, I need to know about that because that tells me there's someplace else for me to go, something like an IT department, in a department, or something like the Department of Technology within the city and county. They're two different places. And I could have had a much different response if I'd known that information. Also, I would like to say I can't believe Sarah Ballard. I really can't. She wrote an email on Figure 1 that is quite long with a great sentence in here that talks about that she accuses the panel at the Commonwealth Club of being deeply biased, that has no interest in discussing facts. She makes some very, very disturbing comments she's a city employee. She's on my nickel. And she's making these horrendous comments, and she doesn't remember she had them, and she just says, she didn't say I deleted them, she just doesn't have any records anymore. Well, I can understand why, because this is a pretty damning piece of paper. I don't think it's a good idea for you to pass on this second group. You let Mr. Windsor Mr. Ginsburg got a pass, not these people. Ms. Ballard has been found guilty of doing something. She has not been forthcoming to this body or to any of us. She did not come in and say, gee, Olive, I had some records, I deleted them, now what do I do? She didn't say that. She just pretended like they never existed. This is an indictment. You can't ignore it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ann Clark. I've never been to an Ethics Commission meeting, and I think that you have a really hard job ahead of you, and I'd like to speak to that just briefly. Earlier tonight in the meeting, and I don't know who said it, which side they were on, or even whether it came from you. It's been kind of a long evening. It was something to the effect that the reason we have the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance and the California Public Records Act is because government activity must be as transparent as possible. And I think you found tonight, in both the cases you've heard, that government transparency is not very transparent. And whether we talk about it in terms of emails, or we talk about it in terms of budgets and finances, or we talk about what's happening in a particular department or not happening, obviously, you face the task now ahead of you of figuring out how government activity, and it means government across the board for all of us, be transparent as possible. What my government is saying about me, what your government is saying about you, behind your back possibly without your knowing it, what kind of financial records are made available to the public, are they complete, are they whole, are they understandable, what kind of other policy decisions are made that are really sunshine to the public and completeness. I don't envy you the job you have ahead. And I know that you are working very hard to be as fair as possible. But I think you need to talk among yourselves. Well, then you'd have to make it transparent. But you need to have some, right? You need
that
to.
We cannot do.
Got it. Right. I take that comment back. But we do need to begin to really talk about what government transparency means. How does it happen and work in the city? What kind of grades you might get for government transparency? What are the principles and policies this ethics committee has to stand on and refer to? So I wish you the best, and I appreciate your work very much, but we need to remember these laws exist, that government activity, I don't know who said it, so I can't quote anyone, but I wrote it down. Government activity be as transparent as possible. And everything we heard tonight was about government activity. Thank you.
President Herrera, Commissioners, Judy Berkowitz, Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods. In my position as president of the coalition, I have been in almost in every supervisor's office, in every aide, sitting down next to every aide and the mayor's aides, and I can tell you that I don't know of anyone outside of those testifying before you today that deletes email. These guys keep everything on their desktop computers. It's like they have a reply that says, ? It's there. They keep it in their inbox. I don't know why, but they do. These are the only people who don't. And on the second item, Mr. Buell reports that the Commonwealth Club has, other than Golden Gate Park under siege, that there's no controversial topics that the Commonwealth Club has hosted, and I'd like to remind him and point out to you that perhaps a case for Palestine could be considered a little more controversial than Golden Gate Park under siege. And this was a title for a not too recent, but within the time frame, Commonwealth Club topic. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. Catherine Howard. The Commonwealth Club has regularly had forums on gay rights, which have been one-sided. I haven't seen any right-wing people listed. I think that the Commonwealth Club stands primarily for free speech and exploring a variety of issues. And that is really not relevant to your decision, but I think it does speak to the fact that we were trying to have a broader public learn about our issues. I want to repeat that Ms. Ballard did write as an official of the department. She wrote in response to a phone call, as she mentions in her email, a phone call she'd had. She wrote a one-page letter, and she signed it, Sarah Ballard, Director of Policy and Public Affairs, San Francisco Recreation and Parks, McLaren Lodge, Golden Gate Park, 501 Stanton Street, phone number, email address, et cetera. So this is definitely an official communication that she spent a great deal of time on, and it is something that should have been provided. The only reason we had a suspicion that these emails might exist is because the title and panel makeup suddenly, out of the blue, changed. It was fine with the Commonwealth Club for a month, and then all of a sudden we get a call that it's changing. If we had not been provided by a wonderful, free speech, public-spirited citizen with the emails, we would never have known they existed. We would have done a Sunshine request, and we would have been told they were not there. What are you going to do to help people who make requests hoping to find out something and they aren't sure the documents exist? What are you going to do if there isn't a whistleblower who provides the documents? How are you going to provide some kind of accountability for our city departments if you don't do something about this? And I can tell you there was someone here earlier, Suzanne Dumont, who worked on the Stolate Boathouse concession, and however you may feel about that, what got them information was a lawsuit where the court required that the department provide documents that showed the department had been doing some things that were not particularly great in trying to influence the outcome of that rental lease. So please think about the fact that there are those of us out here who are trying to find out what our department is doing. We don't even often have the smoking gun. We just have an instinct that something's wrong. How are we going to find out? If the people can come back and say, well, that was a Category 4, I don't know, I mean, is that like hurricanes or something? I mean, how are we going to do that if they can just do that and the document's there and we know it's there and they say they don't have it and they wrote it as an official of the department? What are we going to do? Please help us. Please help us to get some accountability. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
David Pilpel again. Two preliminary matters. First to Judy, your comment about Palestine. As a Jewish person who helped separate part of Golden Gate Park under redistricting, I'm not sure what that means to me, but I'll think about that. And with regard to the last comment about Stowe Lake, this commission agreed to a settlement agreement for a fine with regard to the Stowe Lake communications, just to remind you and the public. As to the instant matter, I'm a bit torn. I still think that there's a violation here. I'm not sure if it's a violation of the sections that were referenced, and I'm not sure if it's a willful violation by the three named individuals in this case. I think I agree very strongly with Commissioner Studley's suggestion that we catalog these items for further discussion, perhaps between the Commission, the task force, the City Attorney's Office, and various departments. If we're going to require all emails and all paper records to be retained forever, that seems on its face to be unworkable. If we're going to allow some people to exercise discretion about what to keep and what not, we need to have some pretty strong standards and some meaningful enforcement mechanisms, and I'm not sure if the language of our laws now cover record retention policies in the ways that they could. I think as computing takes over more of how records are kept, whether something is on a server in the cloud, hosted by somebody else or elsewhere, these are all very difficult questions, and I don't have all those answers right now. I don't know that any of us do, but I think these are things to be thinking about. I think at a very practical level, where there's a question about a record being kept or discarded, if it's about a public issue for which there's been some controversy and likelihood of more discussion, I think a reasonable person would say, I should keep that for the moment, at least for the 2-year period. So if you go to a common sense interpretation, I think you may get to that sort of a conclusion, but it really depends on where you go with this and whether you want to seek more information from people here or others. I think that this has teased out a lot of complicated policy issues. So, thank you.
Oh, sorry. That wasn't your...
That's all right.
If you have more to say,
No, we're all looking forward to a break, so I'm good with that. Thank you.
Questions for the respondent or the complainant? I have some questions, particularly for Ms. Ballard. Ms. Ballard, so I'm looking at Figure 1, which is the email that you sent to Ross Lawley on April 20th. Why didn't you retain this document?
I don't retain sent emails.
So if you had sent a government contract, would you have, that would just disappear into the ether after it had gone out if yours was the only copy?
If I had a copy of a contract that was sent as an attachment, I would assume that would be, I would save that either on our server or on my desktop. But as a matter of practice, no, I do not save sent.
So regardless of the importance of the email, if you send it and there's only one recipient who's outside your department, that email is going to disappear in, 2 weeks?
I don't retain sent documents. I don't think they're retained anywhere beyond that.
Okay. Do you know how long your sent email is retained?
I don't believe it is.
At all. So it.
Correct. So it sends and it's gone.
So you can't go to your sent file to see, when did I send this email to this person?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And I saw that you. That's. Any other questions for Ms. Ballard? Questions from the commissioners of either the respondent or the complainant?
I have a question for Mr. Buell. Thank you. I realized I just wasn't clear when you said you looked for responsive documents when you got that request, but didn't find it. But you also said you don't ordinarily delete your emails. So
I don't know that I said I don't ordinarily delete them. I do delete a lot of emails, but
or that you didn't delete this one.
I thought I had kept a track of it, but the more I think about this, particularly with the help of Mr. Wooding, that there was only one apparently that I had emails with the Commonwealth Club. The rest of it became telephone calls. So when I looked for under Commonwealth Club or Greg Dalton, I didn't see anything. I must have deleted it, but it wasn't as significant to me at the time. To tell you the truth, it seemed outside of any issue that was before the commission, and I know Mr. Dalton well, and so it was kind of let me tell you what I'm thinking and why. I should correct also, I said that you had a communication from the city attorney. It was actually from Olive Wong that had some sightings of some city attorney stuff in it, so I think that's correct. I'm not represented by counsel.
Do you, I know this is some time ago, but do you recall whether you would have looked in both your received and sent locations for correspondence?
You know, at that time, that was probably above my pay grade. I was operating on a BlackBerry at the time, and I think it was there was just one category that I knew to plug in to search for anything in email, and it would show up, I think, both as sent and received, but I can't say that as a fact. I've learned a lot more about it since, but mostly from grandchildren.
But you're not advertising for BlackBerry.
No, I'm on the iPhone.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I actually have wanted to bring Mr. Wolf up here, if you wouldn't mind.
Bruce Wolf.
So, Mr. Wolf, I hear your comments, and I think certainly my view of this is that in order to find a willful violation, I think I'm going to have to find that a respondent, at a minimum, did not retain a document that they were required to maintain under their policy, because I'm not going, whether the policy is right or wrong, I think is a discussion we should have, ultimately, but not one that's relevant here, because in my mind at least, an employee who follows their own document retention policy cannot be found to have willfully violated the Sunshine Ordinance when this is about document retention. Now, you may disagree with that, but what I'm here to ask you is, you appear to have studied this retention policy to some degree. Do you, what category of, if you don't think this is a Category 4 document, in particular the Buell document, I'm sorry, the Ballard document, what category do you think it would fall under?
Well, I wouldn't refer to the retention policy, first of all.
Okay, I understand your view.
I would I only refer to Section 8 of the admin code. And
okay,
in there,
Mr. Wolf, that's not my question.
I understand, but
right.
There are categories that are part of the admin code that are in the retention policy. There are current records, there are storage records, and permanent records. These records are current records. And so if you refer to the section on Section 8 with regards to current records, which they try to include in their retention policy, okay, but it's not correct. So if you're saying that they're at no fault because their retention policy was wrong, but that was what they were given.
Mr. Wolf, I'm giving you an opportunity to help me understand something. So if you don't want to answer my question.
Well, I can certainly answer your question. The problem is I don't see it being contained in Category 4.
What category do you think it's contained in?
I don't have it in front of me, but I would say that it was, in Category 2.
Why?
Why? Because it's a current record that must be retained.
So
I don't agree that in Category 4 that those lists that they have in there halfway down, where it starts getting into the Sunshine Ordinance, It says specific examples include calendars, telephone message slips, miscellaneous correspondence. Calendars, it can't be calendars. Calendars Prop G. They can't delete calendars. That's like state law. You can't do that. Notes are considered, unless it's work product, and there are notes, kind of stuff like that, like how lawyers work. There's lots of work product that they use before the actual official documents come out. That's somewhat treated a little differently, but we're not talking about that here.
Thank you. I understand your view. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
So I understand what Commissioner Rennie was saying before, that the specific violations that were alleged do not necessarily reach the issue of whether the document should or should not have been retained. However, we have a somewhat unique situation here where we know the document a document that was not retained does exist. And it does strike me as somewhat hollow to not evaluate whether the document should or should not have been retained and was not produced because a document that should have been retained was not. So that's what I'm struggling with on this issue, on this particular complaint. And particularly if Ms. Ballard doesn't keep anything that she sends out, there certainly could be instances where she's not even following her document retention policy if, as a matter of course, she doesn't maintain anything that's sent. So that also is quite troubling for me. So I really welcome the views of my fellow commissioners on how that plays into whether there was a willful violation.
Well, I think for me, it boils down to 67.21C about whether any of these individuals should have, or the department had an obligation to inform the requester that that there were emails, but they were deleted, and that that it's not within their custody anymore, and that it needs to be referred to the Department of Technology. So that's still where it boils down to for me.
67.21C.
For not assisting. I think that's where that piece might fall, is for not assisting their requester.
I'm totally confused. I've attempted to address my confusion by making a chart. This is not getting any better because the four headings that I'm looking at, I watched Poirot last night. God, it's easier, you know. Failure to respond is one of the specific claims, but all three of the people responded. Ms. Gong, Ms. Ballard, and Mr. Buell all responded, and Ms. Gong responded for the department.
So I do think Ms. Gong's response was late.
Yes.
And I think she knew the deadline, but she still responded late because she was waiting for others who were not on the list. So, but
late seems the easiest of the questions, but I agree with you.
I figured I'd pick it.
Then there's the was there an obligation to keep in the first place? I, too, was surprised that Ms. Ballard keeps nothing, and I would have to look at categories 1 through 3, but I think it might be hard to, as you said, hard to satisfy the policy about other materials unless that statement is overbroad and there are other ways that things that are official records are kept properly. Then there's a separate question of what items, if erased, go into IT. Mr. Buell's was on a private email, and even if while it exists, it is a city record, and I do not know the law on that. But even if it were, when he deletes it, it isn't, or if he can't find it, there's no referral for that because it wouldn't default to a city IT system. Ms. Ballard's might, even if she doesn't keep her sends, do they go someplace else? That's just a question mark. And there were some suggestions earlier about memory, and this situation is confounded by the fact that it was so close in time to the exchange that we can imagine ourselves saying, but people might have remembered. Why didn't they just say so and then go look for them, or at least say, there was a record, but I can't find it, which might have been satisfying to Mr. Wooding to at least know an acknowledgement that there was such a thing. But I'm very nervous about trying to create a standard, one, because the Sunshine laws are not about do you remember documents or information or exchanges. They're about production of records. And it would be so excruciating to draw the line between records that you could or should remember and records that were so long ago that you, or so voluminous or part of a gigantic box that came through your office, that I hesitate to do anything about memory, although in this case it is, I can understand that it's frustrating as just a matter of people saying, well, wait, it wasn't that long ago. Do you remember writing anything or getting anything? And this goes to the comment that several people have made between these tight, specific allegations where we are determining violations that need to be drawn precisely, and a feeling of desire to support transparency. And I say that as somebody whose organization often files Public Records Act requests against state, federal, not so much city, but state and federal entities, and wants to get what we have asked for. I am not a stranger to this, but I don't know how to write better rules that would make a city employee, I'll use Ms. Gong because I have not met her here, to go behind the city policy, the department's policy about categorization of records, and expect somebody in that kind of role to rethink or redetermine what is appropriate, or be held at risk for failing to compel the rest of her colleagues to do something other than what is put forward as the department's record retention policy. So that helped not at all, but it shares the nature of my multivariable confusion.
Well, on the point of whether to search for backup files, I think, first of all, Ms. Singh, that's got to go on the list of what to the extent that that's a problem that's going to plague everyone, and we need to figure out what to do about that, if anything. But I don't think we can today find that failure to search backup files was a willful violation of the ordinance, if the city attorney has said you don't have to do that.
Right, I do agree, and I think that also Ms. Ballard said it wasn't in, now it's in the custody of the department, but at the time, if it wasn't in the custody of the department, I can't see a willful violation for failing to search the backup tapes.
So to me, the backup tapes is for today a different issue, at least. I don't know if Mr. Gibner, you're the right one to ask this question too, but I, on this issue of whether the failure to retain a document that one should have retained is a violation of the ordinance or is a violation of 67.21C, do you have a viewpoint on that?
That is not an issue I've considered before. The ordinance does require, as I think a few people, including Mr. Pilpel and maybe Mr. Wolf, have said, the ordinance does require that department heads at least, retain records in a professional manner. I'm misquoting it, which we have always interpreted to mean, and advised to mean, consistent with your records retention policy. So there is something in the ordinance that essentially requires department heads, at least, to act in a manner consistent with their records retention policy. That probably doesn't help you with this particular matter since you're not looking at a department head.
Mr. Givner, are you talking about section 67.297? One of the speakers during public comment had pointed to that, about that department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence, including letters, emails, correspondence.
That's right, and we have advised and always interpreted that to mean consistent with the records retention policy.
Okay.
Not every one-line email that crosses your desk must be kept in a file.
Okay.
Other comments, questions from the commissioners?
Well, like the failure to retain a document one should have retained question, what about, is there a good faith search and failure to find a document that might have been there? Standard.
So
AKA the BlackBerry problem.
What do you mean? Sorry, that one I didn't follow.
Do you mean that
Mr. Buell does not think that he deleted it. He says he looked for it. He says he looked for it. He didn't find it. There is an exchange that he doesn't dispute took place that was provided in another way. Is a good faith search the standard?
I would think so. Yeah.
And the standard, as we and city departments have applied it, is also that there's a rule of reason here, that the department has to make reasonable efforts to find a document. But if you receive a request, say, for every email from the last 20 years on X topic, if it's unreasonably difficult to find, you should work with the requester to figure out what a more narrow search could be. I think that general rule may also pertain to the backup tape question that you're flagging for a future day. The amount of resources and effort that what you're suggesting would take.
I think we're not suggesting a policy outcome. We're just saying people ought to understand what they're required to do and what they're going to get, or where in between it gets decided whether to go that next step.
Frustratingly, I cannot find in here a requirement for a non-department head to maintain records consistent.
And that may be because, as Mr. Pilpel said, the purpose of the Sunshine Ordinance when it was on the ballot was not to deal with the records retention issue, but to deal with disclosure of documents that have been retained. We have a separate chapter of the admin code that deals with records retention, and I think that probably answers the.
I see. I mean, in light of that, the way I preliminarily would come out was that there was a violation with respect to the failure to provide the records by the end of the next business day by Ms. Gong. She had a response from Ms. Buell. She claims to have gotten a response from Mr. Buell, Ms. Ballard. Sorry, there are a lot of people I'm learning about today. There was a response from Ms. MacArthur reflecting that Mr. Buell had done the search. She had a response from Mr. Ginsburg as well, but held on to did not provide the response in a timely fashion when she had them on June 6th. So there I would find there was a willful violation of 67.25. I don't think, although I'm somewhat surprised, I must say, that there isn't a requirement, And frankly, Ms. Ballard, I would highly recommend that you create some mechanism whereby you maintain important documents that are sent. The notion that they're just deleted is not you're not earning a lot of sympathy from me on that. But I don't know, based on the decision that was made by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, I don't think that's before us, although I think it's a problem. So I would preliminarily find that there was no violation of 67.26 or 67.21C for all the other reasons we discussed earlier.
Just to clarify, because this is a hearing under Chapter 2 of the Sunshine Regs, you don't have to find a willful violation. This chapter just asks, was there a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance?
Right, but maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing, but I'm looking at the December 5, 2011 Sunshine complaint and the notification by the task force, and it says, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force hereby provides notification of willful failure and official misconduct findings against Phil Ginsburg and Sarah Ballard.
Right. I believe that's the task force's longstanding practice to forward complaints to you when the task force finds a willful violation, but that question is not before the Ethics Commission under Chapter 2. The only question is whether there was a violation of the ordinance in this case.
Okay. Yeah. What I was looking at was, I think we're all looking at the December 5 document where it speaks to willful failure and official misconduct against Ginsburg and Ballard, and then a referral for failure to comply with the order for Buell and Gong.
Yeah, it wouldn't change my view because I think why is Ballard included under willful failure? Is there any, and that's just how the complaint was.
That's my understanding is that's just how the task force operates. I've never attended a task force meeting, but and that's what they refer when they find willful violations. They refer them to you.
But I mean, Commissioner Studley's right. They did refer Buell and Gong to us for simple failure to comply with the order. Mr. Pelpel, do you have something to help us through this morass?
Well, looking at the December 5th transmittal from the task force, there was a finding of willful violation. The language is not as precise as it could be with regard to Mr. Ginsburg and Ms. Ballard, and with regard to Mr. Buell and Ms. Gong, just a failure to comply with the order and presumably a violation. And I would also note on the regs, page 5, 1A, 1A and B make some distinction between willful and non-willful violations, but later on in your determination, that distinction is lost. So I think you could further delineate between Ms. Ballard and Ms. Gong and Mr. Buell on this. Thanks.
Okay. Well, in my view, I would think my view is that Ms. Gong's failure to comply was willful. So it certainly would be non-willful as well. It would still be a violation in my view. With Mr. Buell, I frankly don't see the violation. It appears to me that he searched, did not find the documents. I don't find the deletion of the documents he had to be particularly problematic, even if that were relevant to our discussion. at least as it relates to a sunshine violation. With Ms. Ballard, it appears they were alleging willful violation, so, but again, I don't think that the failure to save the document is necessarily at issue in light of what the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force found.
I would just caution the commission against on this matter finding willful violations. That's not what the ordinance. What your regulations specifically authorize you to do. It's not how this particular issue was agendized on today's agenda.
Chapter 2, referrals to the Ethics Commission.
Right. So Chapter 2 applies to referrals from the task force of what the task force considers willful violations of the Sunshine Ordinance by non-department heads.
Right.
In sections D and E on page 6 of Chapter 2, the regulations explain what the Ethics Commission can do in making its findings and issuing orders. And there, it's a matter of finding violations or non-violations.
I see. Your point is not that we don't have jurisdiction to handle 1A and B, but that under D and E, our findings don't require a delineation of willful or not.
Exactly. You do have jurisdiction over it. I would recommend if you're going to find a violation that you just find the violation.
Okay. My only concern is that since we're dealing with a referral, if the task force found a willful violation, in order to determine whether the burden was met, don't they have to, wouldn't we have to use that same standard?
When the task force makes a referral, under Chapter 2, the employee has the burden to show that the employee did not violate the ordinance.
Well, in the way that the task force found that he did. So it'd be one thing if that employee only had to prove that it wasn't willful. It'd be a different thing if he had to prove that a violation didn't occur. So I don't think it's right. You can't. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So then, in a case where they have found a willful violation, shouldn't we determine whether or not the respondent has met their burden of overcoming the finding of a willful violation?
I guess the way I would read these regs, the task force, whenever you receive a referral that alleges a willful violation, you can find that the person has committed a violation and issued the orders that this section allows. And it may be semantics, although the ordinance specifically calls out willful violations as official misconduct for certain parties. I don't think employees in Ms. Gong's category fall under that provision, but because of that, it may be at least symbolically significant whether it's willful or not.
I think Mr. wanted
to For the public who is listening to us muddle through this, these are new regulations. We knew today would be a challenge because we're applying them for the first time, and we appreciate your patience and participation here.
Can I just make a clarification in relation to in support of Mr. Givner on this?
Sure.
When the task force sends you anything with regards to willful failure, which shall mean official misconduct, it will usually state 6734 in it. In this particular case, it didn't, for the reasons that Mr. Givner is trying to explain to you, that it was a little more semantical, that this was a general violation, but the task force found it to be willful of that particular non-department head of a general employee. So it's just really, they could have said, well, they did deliberately, instead of using the word willful, which would be a red flag for you all the time. Maybe it should have said they felt it was done deliberately. And so I would just, you know, I would agree with Mr. Gidner, and just so from having served on the task force during this particular time, that's what the intention was.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Rennie, you've been conspicuously quiet. Anything to add?
No, but I would tend to agree with the city attorney on his interpretation that we under Section 2 can find that there's evidence of a violation, but not a willful violation. It may be a technical. I mean, I'm troubled by saying that where you get 24 hours and they do it in 36 hours, saying that that's a significant factor.
Well, but where a significant factor.
It may be a violation technically of the 24 hours, but I don't find that it's something that requires great admonition. But I guess one of the reasons I've been quiet is that you know, in litigation, when you have a document production request, you're asked for documents, and then you say, if the document ever existed but no longer exists, please identify it. Well, that is not what the procedure is at the city level. And these people are literally asked, do you have the documents? They checked their files in the ordinary course, came back and said no. It turned out that the documents had at one time been in their files, but they were not expected to respond by saying, no, we don't have any, but we deleted them. I mean, you know, maybe they should, but there isn't. I don't think there's any requirement on them that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there is a hook for the situation where a employee does not retain a document that should have been retained, at least not through the Sunshine Ordinance, as Mr. Givner suggested. Is there any further discussion, or should we make a motion? Is there a motion to find that Ms. Gong violated 67.25 with respect to failure to respond in a timely fashion to the request, but no violation by any of the three respondents as to the other violations that were found by the task force? Did I say that motion correctly in light of the standard? Okay.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion passes. I think we then need to determine what order is issued for the finding of the violation. Here, I think it's appropriate. First of all, I think Commissioner Rennie is right. In a situation where they're late by 2 days because they were trying to get additional information to provide to the complainant, I don't think that is a particularly egregious problem that requires a lot of remedying activity on our part. I would suggest a letter to Parks and Rec saying that they, should comply with 67.25 in the future, and that document requests need to be responded to in a timely manner.
I would just like to, I like the way you put that the letter is to the agency, because this is one of the questions on this perhaps lengthy list, is the responsibility of the agency head to to see that it is possible to carry something out and that people are trained and have the ability to do it, versus the most junior person in this situation being the only one as to whom we found a violation, because it is a technical and crisp violation. It may be that good practice that we in the Sunshine Task Force perhaps could work on or look at what is the way agencies are given information and training. Maybe it would have been better to provide a partial answer within the 24-hour period and say that not all the responses were in. Is that, would that be more transparent for that which is available and meets the speed needs of people? And the other is teaching people how to search, both what to retain and what to search. I realize these are boring, unpleasant responsibilities, and that we have a lot of departments and a lot of employees who have different levels of experience, different levels of technical capacity, but maybe a constructive thing we can do with the Sunshine Task Force would be at least to collect these kinds of questions and get them to the people who do the training and advice for the agencies. I'm not saying we should do it or take it on ourselves, but at least identify some places where we think we either hear about good practices or we spot things that they could be helpful to city agencies about. I don't want to take on something that we don't have the expertise or the capacity to do, but it may be as simple as saying, with a 24-hour turnaround, how can you get people who are trying to write a story or go to a hearing or follow up? Would it be better to hold them in violation for missing the deadline or get people something? And I may be off base about the solutions, but at least try and point up some of these things so that the people who have the training responsibilities are aware of how these things actually are playing out.
I think that's right. I have a lot of concern about providing too much, trying to provide too much direction as to search terms and the like, because having done it in litigation, it takes on a life of its own, and it will not lead to the fast resolution and providing of documents that you've eloquently identified as the whole point here. But it's definitely something that should be on the list and something we can continue to work on resolving. Okay. Should we take a quick break before the next two items? Any objection from the commission? Okay, let's take 10 minutes.
Can I also just say, as the chair of the Education Outreach and Training Committee of the task force, I'm happy to work with your staff and the staff of the departments to try to sort through what you just talked about. It's not going to be easy. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Okay, we'll be adjourned for 10 minutes.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Oh.
We are back. Are we back? We are back in session. The next item on the agenda is Ethics Complaint 04-120507. Respondent Caroline Celaya. Complainant Cynthia Carter. Are the respondent and the complainant here? The respondent is here. Okay. Ms. Celaya, please, you have 5 minutes.
I'm Caroline Celaya, the Public Records Manager for the SFMTA, and we sent a letter to this commission last week detailing, and I do apologize for the length, but we did want to detail our response, and within that response, we also have some attachments to provide some background for the letter. Due to the late hour, I won't go through the entire thing. Just wanted to let you know that both myself and Kathy Fowlis, who was also named in part of this complaint, are available for questions. We do acknowledge that with item 1, failure to provide documents in a timely manner, that we were late in providing some of the documents. We did attempt to work with Ms. Carter to provide her everything that she was looking for. We were following the ruling determination by the SOTF in a previous case in 2007 that a privacy waiver needed to be signed. So we provided her with that numerous times and asked her to please sign that so that we could provide the remainder of the documents that she was looking for, which we are still, of course, happy to do once she signs that waiver. Item 3 was failure to direct the complainant to the appropriate contacts, but our internal process and procedure for responding to requests is that there's only one point of contact, that's myself, who's designated to work within our agency to all the various divisions and get back to the requester. In this way, the requester isn't required to go to each division. That way it makes it easier. So we would not have referred her to any other divisions. I was working on it for her. The last item is failing to send a knowledgeable person to the task force hearing. Her complaint stated that she didn't receive her personnel files, so it made the most sense to have a representative from our Human Resources Department present at that meeting. So we disagree with that particular finding. Again, both myself and Kathy Fowlis are here if you have any questions.
Thank you. And just to make sure, the complainant, Ms. Cynthia Carter, is not present, correct? Not seeing anyone. Okay. Let's take public comment on this matter.
I guess that would be me, David Pilpel. I also was not on the task force at the time this matter was heard. I will leave it to the commission, consistent with your just passed item, if you want to find a violation as to timeliness. I think the MTA has already conceded that. The original request was dated May 13th, and in their response from last week, it indicated that they produced all responsive, non-privileged records by October 24th. That seems to be a considerable period of time. I'm not sure that I agree with their lengthy analysis about a waiver being required for the disclosure of certain records. I'm not sure if we need to engage in discussion about that tonight. I personally believe that the MTA does have a single point of contact through Ms. Celaya to coordinate responses, so I am not sure if a 21C violation is warranted, and whether or not a 21E violation is warranted by not sending the right person to the meeting is another matter that you could debate. I think there are a lot of complicated underlying issues with regard to personnel files and when an employee requests information from a department, particularly in connection with what appears to have been either litigation or a separation action or a matter before the Civil Service Commission, what the department's obligation is with respect to a personnel file, with respect to other records that aren't formally within the personnel file but might be covered by 6254K. It gets very complicated. And again, I'm not sure if you want to get into that tonight. The complainant, underlying complainant, is not here, and I'm not otherwise familiar with the case. I was on the task force in 2007 when the original matter with Ms. Ward came up. I don't currently recall all the details around that, but there were reasons why we suggested a waiver at that time. I believe that the circumstances were different. I believe she was a management employee and not a driver, and so I'd have to think back about the underlying facts about that. Again, unless you have questions. Thanks.
Questions for Ms. Fowlis or Ms. Celaya?
For Ms. Celaya.
Celaya?
Good evening, Ms. Celaya. On this issue of the waiver, so you're saying there are documents that you have not given to her yet because she hasn't signed a waiver?
Right. We did provide to her what is considered by the agency the official personnel file. She did come and review her file and let staff know which documents she wanted. Copies were made. She was informed that she could pick those up. After several messages were left, we went ahead and sent it to her certified mail. There's privacy concerns with those documents as well, which is why we sent it certified mail to her. But there are other documents that within the agency that are in other sites, like at the division or medical files, workers' comp. Those files are not in what the agency has as HR official files. And some of those may have some redacting to be done, some other privacy concerns. So we haven't turned those over, but we let her know that we certainly would once she signed the waiver. We've done this with other employees, and most often they do sign the waiver and they're provided the documents.
Okay, and so that would be her medical file and her workers' comp file and things like that?
And any documents that are contained at the actual division. She is an operator, so there would be some documents at the division that she worked.
Okay. Now, I'm curious about in your statement, I think it's the second to last page of the position statement you submitted. It looks like she did sign a waiver, but she added a couple sentences to it, and so am I understanding that correctly?
She did, and the sentences that she added basically made it appear illusory. I believe her words that she used were that she didn't want anything given to any other members of the public. But by signing the waiver, that's what you waive.
But isn't the waiver so that you can release it just to her?
No.
No?
Well, no. Once you sign the waiver, it could be released to any other member of the public that asks for those records, which is why we require that they sign the waiver. And again, this was in keeping in line with what the SOTF had determined back in 2007. That is where we started making this practice.
Oh, I see. Mr. Gibner, I'm sorry. Were you shaking your head?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Do you have more background on this waiver issue?
I guess one fundamental tenet of Sunshine and public records is if someone makes a Sunshine request and you give the document to that person, you must give it to everyone. So in a way, this complaint doesn't really fit in the Sunshine box. I think what the complainant, I believe, is saying is, I wanted records in my personnel file that are personal to me. I didn't want them to be seen by the world. It's not a Sunshine request. They may be it may be that the city can provide those records under other laws, but it doesn't fit within the Sunshine Ordinance box.
I see, okay.
So what's the consequence of that? Are you saying the whole thing doesn't belong here, or belongs here as to some things that were not in her own personnel file? I just don't understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the thing does not belong here. That what she's alleging is not really a Sunshine violation, because.
What about the central control logs?
Well, it may be that there are documents that are not confidential under any state or local law and do not disclose personal information that are sunshineable. And so those documents, yes, it fits.
Okay.
But it doesn't, I've got to say, I read the waiver, and I don't know that it isn't a Sunshine request, but it's this woman's personal information. The privacy rights are her rights. And what you, as I read this, what you are saying, I'm not going to give you your documents about you unless you say I can make them public. And it seems to me that's totally contrary to her right of privacy. But yet she has a right to those documents.
That's true, but this was the advice that we were provided by the city attorney's office. And they were following what had previously been determined by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force back in 2007. So I understand that's why they provided that advice to us, based on that determination, the previous determination by the SOTF.
I mean, these are the documents we're talking about as her personal medical records.
Personnel records.
No, and perhaps maybe Kathy might be able to better explain the difference between what we have in our human resources as official personnel records, which she was provided, as opposed to other documents that are.
But that's what I'm asking. Describe for me what the documents are that you would provide her,
if she gave the waiver,
that you say are protected by a privacy right, her privacy right, but that she's got to waive before you'll give to her.
Okay, am I correct? It was the workers' compensation files, medical files, and files that were at the divisions.
Well, what kind of information is contained in those files?
In which files, sir? In the workers' compensation files? In the workers' compensation is anything her medical diagnosis, what type of treatment she may have received, what kind of illness she has. Those are actually retained in workers' comp or any request of leave. So they're separated out because we do not want to place those in her official personnel file. Because an official personnel file, any requesting agency should just say Ms. Carter decide to take employment at a different agency. These are open records, so anyone can come in and look at her official personnel file. But we try not to retain anything in there that's confidential, especially with medical diagnosis. That should not be retained in an official personnel file for everyone to review.
And these documents you're retaining because of her privacy rights.
Correct. Correct.
Is there a mechanism by which she could obtain her personnel file outside of the Sunshine Ordinance context?
Her official, her official personnel file, she can come and review at any time.
Talking about the other.
But the other one.
But you're talking about other medical files.
Yeah.
Yes, if they're here and if we can retain them for Ms. Carter, of course, she is more than able to come in. We'll be more than glad to sit down with Ms. Carter and review every document at her request. And I believe this is what Ms. Celaya was saying, that they have tried to communicate with Ms. Carter to get this done, and still, as of today, we have not heard from Ms. Carter.
Now, when you say, though, to meet with her, but can she have copies of them? If she looks at them and she says, I want copies of those, can she get them?
She would be able to get the copies again, but I believe based on what my understanding is, there's still a waiver that needs to be signed.
But if she didn't make it as a Sunshine request, if she
Then
just
it would be different.
asked-
It would be
Okay.
different.
So has she been advised that she can, that
She
there's
was
this
actually advised when
alternative?
she came in to meet with my staff while she looked at her official personnel file. So we do give them all that information at that time verbally to tell them if they are seeking other records, we are there to help them to get these records instead of having them go to do the footwork or try to do the research on their own. So we did inform Ms. Carter at the time of her reviewing her personnel files. Was there any other files she may need or any other records that she wanted? She only wanted, at that point in time, to review her official file, which she did. And there's a summary, I believe, in the letter that was provided that shows every document Ms. Carter received that she requested after her reviewing of her file.
So basically, she could have gotten this a lot easier if she had just come and said, I want them, rather than going through and making a Sunshine request. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
So she could get her own workers' comp file, for example?
Yes, we would give her information as to how to obtain them if they're not on site. Yes, she would.
And that wouldn't allow me to go get her workers' comp
Correct,
file?
no.
Because that's still a secret?
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
In addition to advising her verbally, that one meeting that you had when she was reviewing her personnel file, have you ever given her written correspondence in writing explaining that alternative procedure to her?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Fowlis or?
Okay. And that's just based on the official personnel file, not based on the other documents. I believe that's in question. There's other documents in question, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
superintendent's.
Yeah.
Ooh. I'm sorry, I didn't understand was that in response to something I said?
Well, no, I'm just wanting to clarify. What I'm discussing is actually Ms. Carter's official personnel file, based on her personnel records, right? Because you want to know what was given to Ms. Carter, the records we gave to Ms. Carter.
Well, I think the issue we were discussing was her medical file, her workers' comp file, the file she wasn't given, the files that were withheld from her, right?
Okay, yes.
Pending the waiver.
Pending the waiver.
Pending waiver.
Right.
Yes.
That there was, if I'm understanding you correctly, there is an alternative path or an alternative option for her to get those files, the medical file,
Yes.
the workers' comp file.
Yes.
And all of that. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Fowlis, in the order from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, it suggests that there were a number of questions that were asked of you that you could not answer.
Correct.
Do you
Yes.
recall what those questions were about?
They were seeking records that was out of my expertise. In other words, that wasn't retained in HR. They were looking for division logs and maintenance sheets, and it was something else. So that's not within her personnel records. So that wouldn't be my expertise, and I could not answer those questions.
Who made the decision for you to be the representative?
It was actually based on the request that we got from the SOTP. They was actually, the complaint, I'm sorry, that they were actually asking him, based on the complaint, it was more based on her personnel records. So that's my expertise, so I have no problem in attending to answer those questions. But anything else I could not answer.
Maybe, Ms. Celaya, I'm sorry, am I pronouncing that right?
Celaya, yeah.
Celaya. Maybe I can ask you this question. It appears that you received a request for the central control logs and other documents concerning maintenance on May 19th, which is before the date of this Sunshine Ordinance Task Force hearing. Do you know why Ms. Fowlis was the only person to attend? I mean, did you consider attending as well?
No, because the complaint wasn't for not receiving those files. The complaint was for not receiving her personnel files.
And that was
The complaint was specific to her personnel files, not to the other items.
Was this particularly the issue of write-ups that appears in these documents, that she was seeking documents she thought existed that were written by supervisors?
Were some of those provided?
She said the missing documents included write-ups from supervisors, central control reports, and mechanical reports on defective buses. That's at least what they said in the order of determination, and may or may not have been what you were told would come up at the meeting.
Right. I think those documents were located at the divisions and not part of her official personnel file that's in Human Resources.
The thing that was confusing to me was this order of determination refers to the May 12th, 2011 request, which I think was focused on side letters, correspondence between management, emails, notes, arbitrators, my records from February 99 to August 2010. So I understand why that seems like personnel. The order itself talks about documents that appear to have been requested later.
That sounds correct.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Celaya or Ms. Fallis? Any comments from the commissioners on this agenda item?
I'm not sure how procedurally this would work, but it just seems like she should be advised in writing of this alternative path to obtaining these documents that she's trying to obtain, which are personal to herself.
Mm-hmm. Is there a reason, Ms. Fallis, that can't be provided in writing?
Well, we usually, there is no reason. But when we're sitting down and meeting with the individual and we've asked all the questions and they've answered it, I did not see or feel that there was a reason for me to follow up our conversation in an email or a memorandum or a letter once we've discussed everything and she said that she was content with what she's seeing. I just didn't find any reason to follow up with a letter. I didn't. But, yeah.
Is there any reason why we can't simply order them to produce those files to her without requiring the waiver, unless you've got some other basis for which you are unwilling to produce the files?
I think the concern, at least my concern with doing that would be, we could do that under the Sunshine Ordinance, but because if you do that under the Sunshine Ordinance, there is a waiver requirement. It sounds like it's better for her to get them through this non-task ordinance non-sunshine means.
I'll accept that.
I mean, it sounds like there was a concession that the response was not timely, so I think we should issue a letter explaining that you all should try to do better in the future and really try to make these responses timely and kind of dot your I's and cross your T's on those. But I don't think there's a violation of 67.21C. I think they've met their burden to show there was no failure to direct the complainant to the appropriate contact, given that Ms. Celaya was the point person. And under 67.21E, my reading of the complainant issue is that it related primarily to the employment file, and Ms. Fallis was the right person for that.
I'm comfortable with that.
Is there a motion to make that determination?
So move.
Oh, we had public comment. All in favor?
You need a second.
Second?
Second.
He's looking like.
You want to say something?
The two requests from Ms. Carter that are in the packet, neither of them refer to the Sunshine Ordinance. I don't know this person who apparently is or was a driver. I would assume that she is not well-versed in the rubric of Sunshine, and I would assume that she was just trying to get her information.
What's the point?
Why were they automatically
I think that she was trying to implicate her rights as an employee, not her rights as a member of the public, and I think that there may be laws that are referenced here with regard to the labor code, their MOU, whatever else governs how employees get access to their files that are more at issue than the Sunshine Ordinance.
Which is outside of our jurisdiction.
Right.
We're dealing, okay, thank you.
I understand. So that's why I think it's difficult to process this, and I am more inclined towards Mr. Givner's point of view on this.
So is your point at its simplest that just because the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force thought of it as a sunshine violation, we don't have to? Or is it something else? And if you're not comfortable with that,
here's my concern.
why.
I mean, this is being sent to us under Chapter 2, which means we're accepting that there was this finding, and we have a show cause hearing to determine whether or not the respondent can meet their burden. So I don't know how far we're supposed to dig into the underlying conduct. I mean, if there was a violation of 67.21b and the ordinance that the task force found that there was, whether or not the complaint was, perfectly characterized as a sunshine violation. Clearly, she went to the task force and was asking for a remedy under that ordinance. So,
True.
I mean,
Yes. So in that sense, even though her written documents didn't call it in the jurisdiction and rights of Sunshine, by going to the task force, she did.
I would think
I
so.
dropped my comment.
For not on the merits, but for the benefit of the listening audience, I'd suggest that you close public comment again, because you allowed Mr. Pilpel more time, and I know there's no other members of the public, just to clear it up. So public comment was open and closed. You, I think, effectively reopened it to allow Mr. Pilpel to make additional comments.
Give other people.
Better not ever do that again. Just kidding.
Sorry.
Other public comment? Okay. The motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion passes. Thank you for staying so late. I know it's a long night. Next item on the agenda is ethics complaint 07-12-0621, Frank Lee and Mohammed Nuru, respondent, Lars, Nyman, complainant. Is the respondent here? Yes. Mr. Lee? Frank Lee, Department of Public Works. Thank you for your patience. Is the complainant here? Mr. Lars Nyman. Okay, Mr. Lee, 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Frank Lee for the Department of Public Works. I sent a letter to the Commission last week, and I'll just read what the letter contains. Our department responded fully to Mr. Lars Nyman's numerous public records requests that we received from June 2011 to April 2012. In addition to supplying him with hundreds of documents, we believe that we exceeded the requirements of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force by explaining our processes and by inviting Mr. Nyman to meet with us to discuss his requests. I summarized in my letter of all the documents that we provided to him. Then on May 2nd, 2012, at the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting, I presented a CD containing all the documents that we provided to Mr. Nyman. Although we had already emailed those documents to him, we offered a CD to him and to the task force. At that same May 2nd task force meeting, the task force ruled that our department is required to provide the requested emails in their original formats and not PDF copies, which were on the CD. Since I did not know how to provide emails in the original format other than forwarding each email to the requester, which would take a lot of time, I suggested to the task force that I could have our IT staff download those emails onto a CD for Mr. Nyman. And then at that time, I asked if Mr. Nyman could supply me with his mailing address. I could mail those CDs to him. Well, as of today, Mr. Nyman has not accepted our invitation to meet. We also have not received Mr. Nyman's mailing address. So I have the CDs with me. If the commission would like them, I would be willing to give them to you. Yes.
Public comment on this?
David Pilpel, in this instance, I think DPW has met their burden and then some. I think they've gone above and beyond, offered to meet with the complainant, and this has its own convoluted backstory about a project that wasn't controlled financially, and he was looking for some financial controls, and there was other things that came from this. I was also concerned that this particular complaint was addressed to both Mr. Nuru and Mr. Lee. Mr. Nuru is a department head and was the acting department head at the time, and as such, I think this might also need to be bifurcated into a Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 hearing, and that it's not calendared as such. So I don't know. You can certainly deal with Mr. Lee tonight. With respect to Mr. Nuru as a respondent, I don't know if you need to recalendar that as a Chapter 3 matter. Even if however your intent is to dispose of it, I think you can only dispose of Mr. Lee tonight. I'm not suggesting we dispose of Mr. Lee, just the matter.
I guarantee you are not disposing of Mr. Lee in any event.
All right. Although refuse collection and disposal is regulated by DPW, but never mind. Is anyone still watching?
Ms. Singh, what do you think with respect to Mr. Nuru? Was he a department head at the time?
My understanding was that he was an interim department head. However, this was referred to us not as a willful violation. And that's why it's under Chapter 2.
Okay. Mr. Lee, are you here speaking for Mr. Nuru as well?
Well, I'm speaking for the department as the custodian of records that handle public records requests.
Okay.
Any requests that even given to Mr. Nuru to accept, he would give them to me to respond. So.
Question, was there other public comment on this item? Questions for Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee, I got to say, it's maybe I'm naive, but it was shocking to me that there were no documents explaining or for approval of a $100,000 project or for allowing it to run over by 130%.
Yes, we were shocked too. And that's why we took, and I explained to the task force, because that was being discussed with the employees and how to straighten that out. It took us some time before we got everything settled, and I explained. In city government, sometimes it does take time to get all the employees to buy in on what needs to change, and that's what essentially happened.
Whose email did you look for?
Pardon?
Whose emails did you look through to see if there was any approval?
The people that Mr. Nyman asked, those are the people in charge of the project.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Lee? Comments from the commissioners on this agenda item?
It sounds like an exhaustive search was done. I mean, it sounds like a lot of things were provided and compiled in response to the request, hundreds of documents, and provided on CDs. Sounds like there's nothing else.
I agree. Anything else anyone wants to say? Is there a motion to find that the respondents have met their burden and find no violation of 67.21C and 67.21E regarding complaint 07-120621?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. The last complaint, or I'm sorry, the last, last complaint on our agenda tonight is 09-120703. Respondent Howard Lazar, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Lazar. Complainant William Clark. I see Mr. Lazar. I see Mr. Clark. Mr. Lazar, you bear the burden, so you go first, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience, both of you, for.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it, and good evening, Commissioners. I'm Howard Lazar. I'm the Director of the Arts Commission's Street Artist Licensing Program. I've been doing this for 40 and a half years. Anyway, I will take this. When I came here this evening, I handed out this portfolio to each of you, so you could follow it with me, please. And I'm going to address each of the Sunshine Task Force charges against me. The first charge is 67.21B for failure to release the public information to Mr. Clark within 10 days of receiving the public records request. Excuse me. And I heartily agree. And at the task force hearings of July 26 and August 23, 2011, my acknowledgement of this failure was conveyed to the task force members in a statement I had written and which was read on my and the Arts Commission's behalf by a representative. In the statement, I said, quote, "We state that the Clarks are correct. Due to an oversight, the Arts Commission did not respond to the request. Our records show that we had received the Clarks' emailed request on May 27th and that we had drafted a reply, but the reply failed to be sent. We apologize for this error and wish to take this opportunity now to convey our response to the Clarks' questions." And I did furnish those responses to those questions at both task force meetings. Now, moving on to the second charge, which is 67.22B for failure to release public information to Mr. Clark on a timely and responsive basis. In response to the first charge, I have already stated that at 2 task force meetings, I publicly acknowledged and apologized for my failure to release the information on a timely basis. However, at the same 2 hearings, I took the opportunity to convey, in a statement read by a representative, my and the Arts Commission's response to the Clarks' questions. And so I'm furnished you with my statement, which was read at the 2 hearings. And the statement includes responses to Mr. Clark's questions. While this public information was not released to Mr. Clark on a timely basis, it was nevertheless released to Mr. Clark and released on a responsive basis by virtue of those 2 hearings. Furthermore, after the last of the 2 hearings, Mr. Clark, on August 29, 2011, sent an email to me which included a question relevant to the questions he had previously asked concerning his, Clark's, proposal for the designation of street art spaces on Hayes Street. I fully responded to the question on page 2 of a letter to Mr. Clark on September 13th, and you have a copy of that letter before you in this section here. So while admitting to Mr. Clark and to the task force my failure to respond on a timely basis, I did respond to Mr. Clark thoroughly and on a responsive basis in the 2 task force hearings and in a subsequent letter related to the same subject matter. And then the third Sunshine Task Force charge, excuse me, 67.21E for failure to send a knowledgeable representative to the task force hearing. I disagree for the following reasons. Number one, the city attorney had advised me that it would be legal for me to send a representative, even from a temp agency, on my behalf, so long as the representative would be able to accurately state the Arts Commission's response as provided to the representative. Excuse me. In keeping with the city attorney's advice, I drafted a statement to be read by the representative at the hearing and submitted it to the city attorney. And I'm referring you to the attached July 22nd, 2011 email from me to Deputy City Attorney Aideen Vera requesting her response to the drafted statement. And I'm also directing your attention, then I don't have much time, to also see the attached statement, which was thoroughly reviewed by the city attorney and ultimately read by the Arts Commission's representative at not one but two hearings, the same July 26th and August 23rd. In the city attorney's review of the statement, Ms. Vera, in conversation with me, deemed the statement to be accurate and thorough in the content of its response, and that it would fully provide the task force with the Arts Commission's knowledge of the matter. Do you want me to continue, or shall I stop?
Your time is up. You have some rebuttal time, so perhaps...
I do have rebuttal time?
You do have some rebuttal time. After
okay.
the
Thank you.
complainant speaks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm William Clark. I'd like you to know that I am the person who did start the Street Artist Program over 40 years, and I have been in this program trying to get legal spaces for street artists for that time. I wrote Proposition J, which was approved by the voters in 1974 and later repealed by the President Ordinance, which was approved in 1975. I want to dispute what Mr. Lazar just said. Mr. Lazar did not make any statements at the July Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. In fact, when our hearing came up, I was in the middle of giving my presentation, and his representative, Mr. Montos, and himself left the meeting in the middle of my presentation, and no statement was given by either of them at that particular meeting. And I want to just make you aware that what this is about was that on September, on the date when the spaces I have in there that were sent over to the Board of Supervisors. It took 22 months before that, 22 months earlier, I had the Art Commission approve the resolution that went to the Board of Supervisors, and it took me 24 months before that I presented my proposal to the Arts Commission. It took Mr. Lazar 24 months to put it in front of the Arts Commission. It took him 22 months to put it in front of the Board of Supervisors, and actually he had been putting other spaces in front of the Board of Supervisors, and I sent an angry email to him saying it's been 22 months before my proposal has already been passed. How long is it going to take? And so that went in front of the Board of Supervisors. And at the Board of Supervisors meeting, the first meeting, it was continued for a month to give the Hayes Valley Merchant Association an opportunity to come up with a compromise. They came up with the suggested compromise, and the item was put on the call of the chair. Now, I left that meeting while thinking that there was something that was in the works, and I waited a year before I contacted Mr. Lazar and asked him what was happening. Well, at that point in time, I found out that that's when I didn't get any response from him. I was asking him, what's going on? Have you heard anything from the Hayes Valley merchants about this proposal? And what had happened at that time, that's when, after I found out, all this time later, after going through the complaint and all this stuff, I found out that the answer to my question was no, nothing has ever happened between the Arts Commission and the Hayes Valley Merchants. So for all this time, a year, I went through all these hearings. Mr. Lazar was present at the first hearing, but he left in the middle of the hearing. All he had to do was send me an email or say to me, no, nothing has ever happened. As a result of that, eventually finding that, I went back to the Board of Supervisors. They told me that after 30 days, anything that's put on the call of the chair is dumped into the trash can, and I asked Mr. Lazar to recalendar the item, reintroduce the item at the Board of Supervisors, and he refused to reintroduce the item, claiming that that wasn't part of the resolution. So what I'm saying is this whole time that I've been waiting since this meeting of the Board of Supervisors, which was over a year, then I asked him the question, then I had to go to the task force. The first hearing, he left in the middle of it. Nothing was said. We continued it for a month, and then finally, I believe, Mr. Mantos did state later on that nothing has occurred. So for all that time, all he had to do was tell me that nothing had occurred, and I wouldn't have even filed a complaint at the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I wouldn't have done, all I needed was an answer, and I feel that the fact that he refused to even let me know that after 30 days my proposal was going to be thrown in the garbage can was done deliberately so that my proposal would be trashed. And as of now, I still have not been in front of the Board of Supervisors on my proposal. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you. Mr. Lazar, rebuttal.
Well, you've heard a history of an issue, but I think the issue before you is whether or not I violated the Sunshine Task Force. And I would like to sum up. I'd like to say that I'm furnishing you, well, first of all, the task force also said in a fourth charge that I had willfully violated these sections of the ordinance under Section 6734 based on his pattern and practice of inadequate responses, repeated violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, and the evident lack of intent to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance. I'm furnishing you with a record of 107 Sunshine requests that I personally have responded to over a 2-year period from February 2010 to February 2013. I've also furnished you with records of the hours spent annually by me in research and response to Sunshine requests and prep for Sunshine hearings, 227.55 hours in 1 year, 97.5 in another year, and half of the current fiscal year at 60.15 hours. In summary, I may have been technically in violation for failing to release information within 10 days, but this was not a willful violation. And while admitting to the task force my failure to respond on a timely basis, excuse me, I did respond thoroughly and on a responsive basis in 2 task force hearings and subsequently in a letter to Mr. Clark. Thirdly, I did not fail to send a knowledgeable representative. I followed the city attorney's advice. The task force's finding is subjective and contradictory to the advice given to me by my city attorney. And finally, with my record of responding to 107 Sunshine requests that were thoroughly reviewed by the city attorney, I disagree with the task force finding that I have, quote, a pattern and practice of inadequate responses, unquote, and that I have an evident lack of intent to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance in the future, unquote. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Public comment on this matter.
Hi, my name is Robert Clark. I am a witness to the fact that Mr. Lazar did not stay for the meeting that he claims he was at. My brother was talking, and he ran out of the meeting, took his representative with him, and they never returned to the meeting. That's why the meeting was postponed for another month to give him an opportunity to be there. So that's an out-and-out lie by Mr. Lazar. Mr. Lazar's representative that he kept, first of all, all of the, I don't know about his other requests, but all the ones that my brother and I have filed against him, he's been found in violation of. So it doesn't matter how much time. A lot of them, he would never even have had to go up there if he just responded with the questions that to the questions that we were asking. The representative he kept sending to the meetings had absolutely no knowledge on the issues. And as a matter of fact, the task force that finally told the representative not to come in anymore, that they wanted Mr. Lazar himself to come to those meetings. And for him to stand up here today and out lie to you, if anything else, I request that this commission listen to those 2 meetings, continue this for another hearing, listen to those 2 hearings so you can determine for yourself that who is telling the truth here in front of this body. Mr. Lazar was asked when we tried to get the 4 spaces through the Art Commission, was it the policy of Mr. Lazar to allow spaces to the Board of Supervisors if the merchant's opposed to it? And Mr. Lazar said no, his policy was that he only allowed spaces to go to the board if both the merchants and the street artists agreed to it. Well, the Art Commission voted to send it to the board anyway. After they voted to send it to the board, we waited 22 months. Normally it's sent to the board in 1 month. I think that shows a willful disregard by Mr. Lazar to want those spaces to be voted on. When we went in front of the board, Mr. Lazar and Mr. Kinsella, at the last second before they were going to vote on it, they withdrew the Art Commission's request to have it vote on, and so we were forced to wait a whole year because we were being told that this new policy proposal between the 2 of them was going to occur. So we had to give him some time, and then we kept waiting for Mr. Lazar to tell us what's going on. We waited a whole year, and that's when we filed this Sunshine Ordinance request. We were nice enough. We didn't file an IDR. My brother filed a regular request, gave him 14 days. Mr. Lazar knew at all times that this proposal between the Art Commission and the merchants was dead in the water. At any moment in that whole period, he could have told us. He willfully withheld that information.
Hi, my name is Paula Dadish, and I can speak from not personally being at those meetings, but looking at the tapes that are on the website and also your website. It was as the Clark brothers described. That's what I saw. And I can also speak from personal experience. I've filed sunshine requests. They were never responded to. I never got records. And their response was to send in now an employee of the Arts Commission who claims to have sent me records, didn't even come in with a file, didn't know anything about the records I requested, and her defense was slandering me. That's what they do. Now I'm accused of stalking Howard Lazar because they don't respond to emails, they don't pick up the phone. I went in to speak to his boss, Rebecca Krill. One day, she wasn't there. A couple hours later, got on a trolley, and now I'm accused, not criminally, because there is no basis to any of this. It's just what they do. And I would endorse the Clark brothers because I know them. They are telling the truth.
Other public comment on this item? Any questions from the commissioners of Mr. Lazar or Mr. William Clark? I have some questions. I guess, Mr. Clark, maybe if I could ask you first. I am looking at the email that was included in our packet. It's unclear exactly how this. It's page 32 of our packet, which it looks like it's a email to SOTF.
Right.
And that it looks like this was, the text here is yours, at least in the middle. And I'm looking particularly at the portion that says, we sent Howard Lazar the following email on May 27th, 2011. Do you see that?
Yeah, that's my complaint.
Okay, your complaint,
yeah,
right, right, this is your
Right.
complaint, but you're referring to this email that you sent to Mr. Lazar.
That's correct.
Do you see that?
That's correct.
And it says, Mr. Lazar, I am not requesting any documents, but I would like an answer to the following questions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that an accurate statement?
Well, this is what I said. This is my email that I was asking for some public information.
Okay.
Because I didn't know whether he had any documents at that time. I didn't know whether or not there was anything that had transpired between the Hayes Valley merchants and the Arts Commission, and I just wanted to know if something had gone on. If something had gone on between the two of them, I would have requested further documents, and I got no response to this at all.
Okay, well, I guess I'm having a hard time interpreting this as a request for any documents that exist if you start off by saying you're not requesting any documents.
I understand that, but because I didn't know whether they existed either. So I wasn't asking for documents that I knew existed. I was asking for the information that was contained in any documents that might exist at the time. Because I had assumed that they did exist because we were told that this was going to happen, and I waited a whole year before I asked them this information.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions from Mr. Clark? Mr. Givner, what do we do in a situation? I mean, I understand that they can request records. Can they request a written response to questions? Does that
No.
qualify under the?
The Sunshine Ordinance does not require that type of response. It does basically, the answer is the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't require you to create a document in response to a request. It only requires you to produce documents that exist.
And what is the precedent for a situation where maybe there isn't an explicit request, but there would, if there's a quote-unquote sunshine request that is not actually seeking records, is there an obligation to respond, to say this is not an appropriate sunshine request, or are you or follow up with some kind of question?
Under Section 67.22, departments must effectively, I mean, there's two paragraphs, I won't read them, but basically work with someone who's requesting oral information.
Okay.
That's what I need to find. Because, I mean, I also underlined this, and I see that all of us careful lawyers underline the I am not requesting any documents part, because then we say this isn't sunshine or a public records request. Listening to Mr. Clark now, what he could have ended up in the same place by saying, I'd like records if any exist. If there are any records, I want them, and maybe would have been told there are no responsive records. And I don't like that pathway, because we don't want to make members of the public have to write in legalese or draft highly precise complaints in order to get within the public records rules. But we also, and I don't know whether this is that case yet, we also don't want employees of agencies having to become the public library to answer every question. There's a reason that it says you don't have to create new documents. This is not, please do a research report for me. It is, if there are existing documents, you are entitled to them on a certain basis. So while this could be misleading, I'm glad to hear Mr. Givner say there is a separate expectation that if somebody asks a question, you're supposed to try and answer it. And the answer could be, I don't know, but I can go look if you will file a sunshine request, or, gee, I don't think so. Is that good enough for you? I don't remember any. We didn't talk about it.
What's the provision, 6722?
67.22, that
C?
Well, I think the entire section really deals with the department head must designate someone to respond to requests for oral information, A. B, the role of that person is to provide information as helpful in a timely way. C, basically that person does not have to sit down and have a lengthy discussion. I think is not required to respond if it would take more than 15 minutes to provide the information.
Okay, but this is for oral. Okay, for oral information. This is oral public information. So not a record.
That's right. As I mentioned earlier, the Sunshine Ordinance does not require the city to create any records.
Okay, I understand. If I let him speak, am I opening up public comment again?
I have not spoken.
Yeah, public comment's been opened and closed. You can reopen public comment.
I may be able to help you on this.
No. I that was meant to be a joke, but not nearly as funny as at 10:30, I guess. Okay, Mr. Pilpel.
Just to refer you to Section 67.20B in definitions, public information is defined there as the content of public records as defined in the Public Records Act, whether provided in documentary form or in an oral communication, and doesn't include software. So I would perhaps interpret, even if Mr. Clark wasn't specifically requesting any document, to the extent that there is information contained in a document that's responsive to his inquiry, and to the extent that this was a single question and not a long series of interrogatories, that if the department had information either in a specific document or in a couple of that if they had records to produce that were responsive to that question, that they could have done so. I don't have a strong opinion on this case, which is why I didn't speak, but I think there are other ways to interpret the request.
I don't think there's any doubt that they could have provided records. The question is whether, if the question is only amenable to a non-document answer, and I think the provision you've quoted answers this, does all of this kick into gear if there aren't documents and the answer could, and documents aren't what are sought, whether it's just an answer where the person would say, we've never done that, or we have no such documents, or we didn't take it up.
You opened public comment again.
But she's already spoken.
Mr. Givner.
So I would recommend that, I believe what you did, as opposed to the last item, is that you reopen public comment to allow Mr. Pilpel to speak for the 3 minutes that was allotted to every person, as opposed to the last item where you reopen public comment to give each person another 3 minutes. So I would say public comment is closed. It's within your discretion, certainly, to allow public comment.
Say that again?
I'll give you an extra minute, okay? You've already spoken, but I'll give you an extra minute.
You can see in Mr. Lazar's presentation that not only is he trying to justify to you his actions by giving you a packet and explaining to you the amount of hours that he's spent, the fact that he's responded to every Sunshine request, it's quite the opposite. And in fact, he will come out to the street under the guise of doing an inspection to gossip about the money that's being dispensed or squandered on sunshine complaints, which is really bad. I mean, to be a street artist and listen to that. Thank you.
Since you opened public comment and gave her another minute, I'm requesting another minute.
Sure.
We asked for public information. If the employee or the director of the record knows the answer to that public information or can get it within 15 minutes, they are required to give that information. Mr. Lazar knew the answer to that question. He's known the answer to the question for the last year because he claimed he was working with the Hayes Valley merchants to create this new program between the merchants and the Hayes Valley. He deliberately refused to give us that information within the time period required by the Sunshine Ordinance. It's a willful refusal. Mr. Lazar knew it at the time. He decided to not tell us that information. And it's a public information request. I don't need to ask for documents.
Yeah. Mr. Lazar, I have a question for you as well.
I just asked the chair could clarify that public comment is now closed.
Public comment will be closed. Yeah, is closed and will not be reopened on this matter. Mr. Lazar, I have questions for you, though, as the respondent. Why did you run out of that meeting?
Oh, thank you for asking that, and they are correct. That first time I was with the representative to see how I was going to do, and I suffered an asthmatic attack and had to leave, and I needed assistance to get out, and he left with me. I wrote the next day to the task force apologizing for that and explaining that was the reason. They have it on file. They have my letter on file.
Okay.
Was the item continued to the next month?
I believe that's what happened, yes.
Did you attend the meeting the following month?
No.
Why did you?
I had the representative attend with the script that I had written, that had been looked at by the city attorney, the same script that would have been read that first month.
Why did you not attend the meetings?
Because I didn't trust my nerves at that meeting, and I didn't want to suffer another attack. Okay.
Other questions for Mr. Lazar?
No.
Comments from the commissioners? Viewpoints on this item?
Well, when I first read the complaint, I thought there might be an issue because it wasn't a specific request for documents, but I had actually underlined what Mr. Pilpel had pointed out, which is the definition section does include oral communications as public information. And so with that guidance, I think there is an obligation, it looks like, under the ordinance to respond for requests for public information, even if it's for oral information and not necessarily just a document request.
I'm trying to understand how this works in practice. If you make a request for information, not documents, then the only obligation is to make provide an oral response, right? Because if you don't have to create a document, i.e., type out your answers to the questions, then is it right that all you need to do is call them and tell them this is what we're doing, or answer the questions orally?
That's right, or make someone in the office in the department available to answer the questions if the question can be answered simply. I would note, just while we're on the 67.22, even though we've been discussing it, Mr. Lazar was not charged by the Sunshine Task Force with a violation of that section of the ordinance. He was charged specifically with the failure to respond to a public records request, I believe.
Oh.
Oh, no, sorry.
To release the
sorry,
public information.
67.22, I missed it, 1030. The second allegation.
Right.
Okay, well, that looks like he's met his burden on that.
Wait, Mr. Lazar, has met his burden?
I'm sorry, that he has not met his burden
Right.
with respect to 67.22B.
Both, 21 and 22.
67.21B appears to refer to a custodian of a public record. And I think that's a document, isn't it? So and it doesn't sound like there were any documents in any event. So if he's not requesting documents, but instead he's requesting information, could Mr. Lazar be liable under 67.21B for failure to provide a record?
I don't believe so. 67.21B specifically addresses situations where the custodian has received a request for inspection or copy of a public record.
Right. Yeah, and 67.21E relies upon B. I don't think violation of 67.21E was warranted either.
Really, that one doesn't track 22B, or it's all within 21?
Sorry, which one?
So 21E, you're saying, depends only on...
Yeah, so 67.21E says the custodian refuses, fails to comply, or incompletely complies with the request described in B above.
Yeah, 6722 seems completely different.
For the record, I would say, although I would say it wasn't willful, but that because he relied on the city attorney, but if it applies only to document custodians, then that may be moved.
If what only applies to document custodians?
If 67.21E, only, what I understood you to be saying was that that applies only to document custodians. So the person may not have been knowledgeable, but that's not applicable if the only violation on the merits is 22B.
I think that's right.
But I've lost my document, so.
Mr. Lazar, I apologize. You've now come up from the back row twice, but I do have one other question for you. If the answer to the question was there hasn't been any communication, why not just tell that to Mr. Clark? Why go through all of this? On the roll.
I honestly can't answer that. I would tell him. I don't know. I don't remember that. I believe I did say what was happening in terms of that lack of a compromise on the part of the merchants. I believe I reported that at a committee meeting of the Arts Commission, the Civil Arts Committee. But I just, right now, I have no recollection. I'm not going to deny it, and I'm not going to, I said, do what you have to do, okay? Thanks.
Are there any views with respect to the 67.34 willful violation finding?
I have to say, I was a little troubled by, I mean, if that's the interpretation that you can find a willful violation based on a pattern and practice, that's not of inadequate responses, but that those other, that the alleged pattern and practice isn't really before us. So I found that particularly troubling, that it was just sort of out there as there's been this pattern and practice, but no evidence of it, at least not that was compiled or put forward in front of us with any basis. I mean, there might be a basis, but I don't think it was properly, the groundwork wasn't laid for it, I guess is what I'm saying.
I agree with that. Any other?
So then would you find a violation, but not a willful violation of 22E?
Well, I think, okay, so I think in the materials that were given to us.
22B, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you're back to 22B? Or?
I think Commissioner Liu was talking about 67.34, which is the fourth.
Okay.
Right, so.
Further found.
Right,
Yep.
so Chair Herr was asking about 6734, and so I said, based on the pattern practice allegation, I wouldn't be able to find that based on the materials that were in front of us. To be honest, Mr. Lazar's file that he compiled could cut either way. I don't know what to make of it, of the entire chart and history of hearings before the task force. I don't know which way that cuts because I don't have any basis, any background on any of those other alleged pattern and practice. So that was what I was responding to Commissioner Studley.
My fault.
Any other comments or viewpoints?
I don't believe, I mean, this is under Section 2. I don't believe that Mr. Lazar has presented sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption that the task force finding as to 67.22B was not, that there wasn't a violation of that section. I don't think we need to get to whether it was willful or not. I think he just simply has not overcome the presumption of the violation of that section.
Mr. Givner, is that right?
That's right.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Is there a motion to find that Mr. Lazar has overcome his burden with respect to 67.21B and 67.21E, but not with respect to 67.22B? My understanding is that we don't have to address that. We don't. Okay. Mr. Givner, is that right?
That you don't have, based on Commissioner Liu's statement, there's simply no evidence of a violation.
Well, I think that's a different question. I think what Commissioner Rennie was saying was, maybe I misinterpreted. I thought Commissioner Rennie was saying we don't have to reach 67.34. Not that. Is that right, Mr. Rennie?
Well, that's my understanding of Section 2, is that we can find a violation, but we don't need to find that it was willful. But it may be better to do it in the context of that there's insufficient showing by Mr. Lazar that he did not violate 67.22B, but that we do not find that he violated 67.21B or 67.21E, or that there was a pattern of practice of inadequate responses or willfulness.
I'm completely with Commissioner Rennie with respect to 6722B.
Right.
And I think I come to the same result on the other three, but I'm wondering what the best way is for us to reflect it. On the first two, I think we're not saying that he prevailed in overcoming the presumption. I think we're saying they don't seem to apply at all. And I think the difference might matter if other people are thinking, what does it take to overcome a burden, or sunshine to know what applies or not. Just a thought. I'm just offering that up. Okay, we can do those two, and then as to 6734, I don't think he overcame a presumption by demonstrating that there was no pattern in practice. I think we're saying that sunshine, I'm feeling, that sunshine did not, in fact, carry its burden to build that presumption, not that he overcame it. Right. I think that was what Commissioner Liu was saying. They didn't build the construct that he could, kick over.
Right.
I think that one's a guidance to them.
I think that's going to actually cause more confusion because it is the respondent's burden. We're giving some weight to the task force determination. It's the respondent's burden to overcome that presumption. And I think he has overcome that presumption with respect to 67.21B and E because the evidence shows that those provisions
they weren't
couldn't
applicable
apply.
In the first place. So that even though he didn't make those assertions, they are made.
Well, we look at the evidence in the record. He presented his arguments, and I think we can find that the burden has been overcome. With respect to 67.34, it is his burden. So if we're saying that it's the task force, if it were the task force burden, they wouldn't meet it, then I think that's a different thing. What I think we should say is that he's established that there was no that the finding of a pattern in practice was unreasonable in light of the evidence that was.
Maybe I'm being either technical or thinking that it has to come out of his mouth or his pleadings. If you take what he said plus what we added or our added it to the rebuttal to that presumption, then I agree that we have defeated the presumption. But it wasn't purely on and that may not be the right standard. That may be irrelevant. Seems to want.
I would recommend that the motion be that the commission finds a violation of 67.22B and no violation of any of the other sections charged or alleged violations based on the standards and the regulations. Not necessarily. The motion does not need to parse out the reasons for each. If you meet that finding, you're by definition finding that he has met his presumption on the three where you're finding no violation. He hasn't met his presumption on 67.22B.
Okay. Is there a motion to find that Is there a motion to find that there has been a violation of 67.22B and that under the regulations we should make a finding of no violation with respect to 67.21B and 67.21E and 67.34?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. For the record, I suggested that we not have all of these on the same day.
Mr. Chair?
I then changed my mind, and now we're all suffering.
And we're done.
I just wanted to ask, in support of the decision that you just made?
Yes.
Are you issuing orders under subsection E, or are you, as required, instructing staff to prepare a written order, and you're authorized to sign that?
Yeah, you're right.
And I think I'm not sure if that all happened.
We did for the other ones.
Okay, well then on this.
Yeah. I think this order should be similar to the others in that we notify them of the violation and instruct them to cease and desist from such conduct in the future. Any objection to that from the commissioners?
No objection.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is are the minutes. Mr. Pilpel?
That will be part of the motion. You want a motion and a second on
what?
On the order asking the staff to prepare a letter. Right. You adopted a motion finding a violation. You want a motion directing the staff to issue a letter.
Okay. Is there a motion to prepare a letter in accordance with what we've just described?
Second.
We need to do public comment?
Yep.
Public comment?
David Pilpel, just that this letter should be as specific as possible, because this is the first time we're going through this process, and you just want to really be sure that it's covering both the action that you took, some of the thinking, however you want this to appear in the future, because you're setting a template. Which you could change, but at least.
Yeah, we found other violations earlier this evening.
Yeah.
And you'll use your good judgment. Thank you.
Can we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. That passes. Okay. The minutes. Public comment.
David Pilpel, a couple of items, I believe, on page 1. What was his name? Josh? Was also present from the city attorney's office. And that should be perhaps reflected, I believe, on page 2 and 3. With respect to Commissioner Rennie's recusal, I believe that he either did vote or should be reflected somehow on the second motion. I think that one does vote on one's, I'm not sure, does one vote on one's own recusal?
No, and he did not. I don't believe
not on the other thing, but on whether or not to recuse. Do you vote on? I think unless you're recused and you're present, you actually vote. So I don't know how that needs to be reflected. You can figure that out. But I believe on page 3, in any event, on the third motion, that should say Rennie recused, not abstaining. And actually, motion 4 on page 4 as well. And then finally, with respect to the top of page 5, the closed session doesn't properly disclose, consistent with 67.16, who was present in the closed session. 67.16 of the ordinance has specific language about the minutes of a closed session, which has to include who was present. And it's not abundantly clear from the context who was. So those are my suggested amendments to the minutes. Thanks.
Ms. Ng, did you get those? They all seem. Any other amendments to the minutes? Is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Executive Director's report.
I'm not going to give any highlights because it's so late, but I apologize for the indentation on that first item.
That is an egregious error.
We endeavor to maintain professional standards, but sometimes word gets away from us.
Public comment.
David Pilpel, I'm just inquiring if this now disposes of all of the Sunshine Ordinance complaints, or if there are still one or two in the queue that come back to the commission?
There was a request for a continuance for one, so there's one out there.
Okay.
And I believe there's an additional referral pending.
Sorry if I had anything to do with that. Okay. Otherwise, good report, and I hope to see additional content in the ED's report in the future. I will end it there. Thank you.
Items for future meetings. Public comment on matters appearing or not. Public comment.
It can go in either place. I just suggest that we have some opportunity, not a lengthy opportunity, but some opportunity to talk at a future meeting about how this went tonight and lessons learned consistent with the list and maybe some procedural stuff. I probably did all kinds of things I shouldn't have done. I admit it. But, we, unfortunately, for better or worse, we're going to be doing this from time to time, and we should figure out how to do it as well as we can that preserves everyone's rights and interests.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of figuring out how we can do it better.
Okay. Also, I noted in the ED's report that the electronic filing legislation passed. I assume that there will be regs here in the next few months to implement that. I don't want to speed it up or slow it down, but if there's a way to, again, sort of know in advance what's coming soon, that would help everyone. Thank you. I'm done.
Good. Okay. Commissioner Studley.
I apologize. There was one item. I know that there's an interested persons gathering on Wednesday on the subject of the report, and I wondered if any commissioners were going to be able to attend that.
What time is the?
3 o'clock.
What time?
3.
3. Would you like me to attend?
Would love you to attend, wouldn't
I
we?
think I can do it if it's at 3.
It's in this room.
In this room? All right.
I can only thank you. That is excellent. I chatted with somebody from the audience earlier who came, she said, just because she was interested in ethics and wanted to see how it worked. She occasionally goes to the Board of Supervisors, and it would be nice if there were other citizens who were motivated in that way, who came to see how it was done and broadened our pool. But I commend the staff on their efforts to let people know about the interested persons meeting, and I hope that it is a good and thoughtful discussion. I just thank you very much, Commissioner Rennie, for making yourself available if you can.
Agree.
Thank you.
We need to take public comment on that?
No, we have one more public comment.
Already have.
Oh, public comment on matters appearing or not appearing. Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Meeting is adjourned.